Teaching just got more challenging. We are learning about teaching long distance. We are learning about the day-to-day challenges facing everyone. We are remembering why we all gathered in the same room to share ideas, work on a whiteboard, and hold a pen in our hand. Now, more than ever, our passion for teaching drives us forward. We are discovering, inventing, and experimenting. We are learning about teaching. We are learning about each other. We are learning about learning.
Hi, I'm Beth Chumanello. I'm from Long Island, New York. I teach chemistry and AP chemistry at Calhoun High School. I've been teaching face-to-face students since September of 2020. I have a mix of in-person students attending in the classroom and at-home students who join live daily. Along with ensuring everyone's safety, meeting the education and emotional needs of students this year has been a challenge like none I have ever faced before in my 20+ years at Calhoun. Support from the counseling department and administration, along with increased communication with parents and guardians, has been a major asset in helping those who are struggling. One of the challenges associated with safe face-to-face learning includes figuring out ways to do hands-on lab activities with minimal shared materials to avoid cross-contamination. Another challenge has been finding ways to monitor in-person student progress from a safe distance while also monitoring the learning and engagement of students who join virtually. I've had to adapt my teaching methods to ensure that all students are able to be an active part of the class activities each day. Using digital ink has definitely changed the way I teach. I began making low-tech review videos for my chemistry classes around 2014. I bought my first Wacom product in 2016, and my videos have come a long way from just recording my hand as I wrote and explained my notes. I have used digital ink for flip teaching, live teaching, and virtual instruction during the pandemic. Teaching with digital ink allows me to demonstrate solving problems step by step without having to be tied to the front board. In fact, I don't even have to be in the same room. A few weeks ago, I was quarantined because of close contact with a COVID-positive individual, and I was able to teach my classes from home using my awesome Wacom One. I can also quickly make a video for review or for flip teaching. I can use digital ink easily with screen share programs for streaming to students at home. I've even used Wacom products for teaching homebound students who were home for a medical reason. E-ink with Wacom will definitely be a part of my teaching for many years to come. If you're looking for portability, I would recommend the Intuos. That's the one I carry around and use with my laptop at school. If you're looking for a display tablet, I would recommend the Wacom One. I love the amazing quality of the Wacom One. Being able to write on the display makes the Wacom One super user-friendly. Once you get the tablet that fits your needs, take advantage of the resources available from Wacom for help starting up. There are many useful tips online on the Wacom site. Once you're set up and connected to your new favorite device, choose one app or program to start with. Try to integrate that one app successfully before moving on. Once you're more comfortable, adding more to your routine will be easy. If you get stuck, look for help. Besides Wacom's resources, there are many great how-to videos and articles available online. Just the other day, I was teaching a lesson where I wanted my students to use a touchscreen to work on calculations so they could collaborate with their at-home peers. I signed out the touchscreen Chromebook card, and my students logged on and began working. As I walked around to monitor the kids who were in school, I noticed that they were having a difficult time doing the work using the touchscreens. Many of them opted to do the work on paper, and that defeated the purpose of having the Chromebooks. If my students had devices such as One by Wacom, they would not have had any problems with writing on the document digitally and sharing their work with those who are at home. Thanks for listening. Hope you enjoy the conference.
Teaching just got more challenging. We are learning about teaching long distance. We are learning about each other. We are learning about learning. We are remembering why we all gathered in the same room to share ideas. In rooms with the familiar smells of paint and clay, we could create, collaborate, share a laugh, and take a student's brush in our hands and share a new idea. Now, we are innovating new ways of doing this, different ways of collaborating, sharing, learning, and growing. More than ever, we each have something to teach. We each have something to learn.
Hi, my name is Kim Gardner, and I teach at Dixon Middle School in Provo, Utah, and I am right here in my classroom as we speak. So for the past year, we have been doing things in education that have never been done before. Who would have thought that children would be learning from home and that classroom teachers would be teaching from home for so many months? It's been pretty unprecedented. However, now as things are starting to normalize, I doubt that education will ever be the same again, and really maybe it shouldn't be. We have seen that using flipped or blended learning classrooms can really be a benefit to some children. As we reopen back to more traditional schedules once again, we're still going to face some very big challenges. One of those is to keep moving our technology in the correct direction. This generation, these kiddos, are technology natives. And many of us educators in the classrooms are technology immigrants. We need to keep our teaching methods up to par with the ability for these kids to learn. One-to-one devices are probably going to be a norm in many cases. And if that's the case, we as teachers need to be able to step up our game and create curriculum that can be accessed online, that can be interactive and engaging. Now, that's a lot of work, because activities don't just create themselves. However, there are so many great apps that have been created, not only in the past few years, but even just in these past few months. And we need to be willing to look into some of these and make use of what is out there. Now, for me as a math teacher, I look for things that will allow me to annotate and to verbally communicate and to interact real time with my students as they are writing and showing me their work. I need to understand their thought processes. And in turn, my students need to be able to see and hear me thinking out loud, or not even verbally at all, as I show them the processes that I use to problem solve, whether that be through live sessions such as Zooms or Google Meets, or whether that's through the videos that I've created to teach or review concepts in my blended or flipped classroom circumstance. I publish things on YouTube, and I post them in my learning management system. These are all things that have been and will continue to be very helpful in some challenging situations that are sure to rise in the future. So digital ink has totally changed the way I teach. I've been teaching for a long time. This is my 30th year. I've taught in both elementary and secondary levels. I currently teach middle school math. Now in 2016, I purchased a little tablet, a little pen tablet that I wanted to see what it could do for me. It was a little tablet through Wacom, and it was a company that I hadn't even really heard of up to that point. But it has changed my life. It looks similar to this. This is my current Wacom. This is my second tablet. I love it so much. And when I first purchased it, it would allow me to walk around my classroom. I could share the device with students. They could answer and explain from their desks, but yet the entire class could see real time what they were doing through my projector. This was a total game changer for me. And for some children that were just terrified to physically get up in front of the class and walk to the front of the room, this totally changed the game. I could interact with my computer and with my projector wirelessly. I was able to engage and interact with my students in a way that I had not been able to do before just by standing up at my board. When the closures of the schools happened in March of 2020, we were only supposed to be out for a couple of weeks. I grabbed the most essential things that I thought might be needed for those 2 weeks. I grabbed my laptop, I grabbed my teacher's manuals, and I grabbed my tablet. Little did I know that we wouldn't be returning to school that school year. My Wacom absolutely saved me, and I was able to make videos that taught the concepts. I was able to share on interactive whiteboards and apps exactly what I would have shown the kids in class. But now they were in their homes and I was in mine. It was as easy as having a pen and paper right in front of me, but yet I was instructing my almost 200 students just as well as I could have done in my own classroom. And it was a true eye-opener to this power of digital ink. So in order to get on board with the upcoming needs and future technology in our classrooms, a Wacom digital pen can be a real game changer. First of all, it's affordable, which is something that all educators find vitally important. Second, if you can hold a pen and write on a piece of paper, then you can use a Wacom tablet. I would say for people that are new to digital pen and tablet devices, just start simple. There are many whiteboarding apps available. In deciding which ones would be best to use in your own classroom, I suggest looking at what you want to be your end result. For me, one of the most important things that I look for are ways to have my students be able to show their work instead of just their answers. I needed to be able to have them write on a blank space or on graphics or on worksheets that I might have available to upload. I wanted to be able to annotate and to communicate with them in real time as they were working. I found my favorite tools and apps to be things like GoFormative or ClassKick or OpenBoard, Whiteboard Chat, iPivo, and Explain Everything. Those are just a few. My Wacom tablet works seamlessly with every single one of these. And like I said, it's just like holding a pen and a paper just naturally, writing as I would write at a student's desk with them. My dream is to have a classroom set of Wacom tablets, one for each of my students. I've been looking into grants and different sources in order to help me achieve this goal, and I hope to make it happen soon. If I had access to those tablets in class, all of my students that are currently struggling with using a mouse or a trackpad to write because they don't have a touch screen device could so much more easily be able to show all of their thought processes because they have to just hold a pen just as if they were working on their pen or with their paper and their pencil. It would take my class exit tickets to a much easier level to grade. It would help my lessons and activities in class be so much more engaging and interactive than they already are. And we've come a long way in this last year, and the ball is now rolling. I want to keep that ball rolling instead of letting it hit a wall. Students love technology. They are natives to it. And if I have the ability to put tools in their hands to engage them and to get them excited about learning, who am I to put a barrier in their way? Thanks for listening in. There have been so many great things that have happened with technology and education up to this point, and I can't wait to see where we're going to go in the future.
Hi everyone, my name is Justin Backeberg and I'm a high school math teacher from Reedsburg, Wisconsin. Some of the biggest challenges that I see as we're heading back to school can be looking at the learning loss or lack of learning that students have faced over the last year, year and a half with the pandemic and maybe being in and out of school. I know myself personally, I haven't been able to cover as much curriculum as I would in a normal year. We've had to slow some things down a little bit just because of the weird schedule that we're on. But instead of focusing so much on the challenges, I really think that we should be focusing on what we can do with all the work and time that's been put in up to this point. Districts and schools and teachers have put in so much time and effort developing digital learning techniques and digital learning strategies for their students. I think this can really be a transformational time for schools and looking at how we can improve what we normally do. Because we've really got two options. We can go back to the way that things were done before and have been done for the last 100 years or so, or we can look at taking that next step and using these tools and strategies that we've come up with to further education for all of our students. Now, digital ink has been in my life for probably 6 or 7 years. I started flipping my classroom quite a while ago, and I initially tried to just do some screencasting using my mouse to write things out, but I quickly figured out that that wasn't a very good strategy for me. I have pretty bad handwriting as it comes, and trying to write things out with a mouse was pretty much impossible for me. So I quickly found these Wacom digital pen tablets, and that really transformed my teaching. I use a screencasting type of video recording. So my students see my computer screen basically as a whiteboard, and I use my Wacom tablet to write things out on my board so that students can see all the work that I'm doing as I'm solving a math problem or introducing a new concept. And I really wouldn't be able to do what I do if I didn't have my Wacom tablet. As far as tips on using the Wacom tablets, they're really super intuitive and they're easy to use. For myself personally, I put in a lot of time and effort practicing it, just like I would with any new tool, because I want it to be the best that it can for my students. So I spent probably more time than I needed to making sure that things were perfect in my mind before I started putting these recordings and these videos out to my students and for public consumption. Now, one thing that I think I could do differently if I had like a classroom set of Wacom tablets, I spend a lot of time creating my own content, putting it out there for my students. But I think as an assessment tool, I could have students creating videos and students creating different things using Wacom tablets. So instead of just filling out a regular pen and paper test, they could be making these videos and really demonstrating their knowledge and understanding of the concepts that we're going through. I think as a teacher, it's easier to gauge understanding if you're having an actual conversation with the student. So if a student was able to record a video and verbalize while also writing out their content knowledge, I think that would give me a better gauge on how well they truly understand the material being covered.
Hi, I'm Lisa Cumming from Olmsted Falls, Ohio, and I thought I would talk with you about some of the challenges that teachers are going to face once students are back in full. One of probably the biggest challenges is that the class dynamics are going to change. So suddenly you're going to have a large group of students possibly all in, or you're going to have, more students in, less students remote. And so you're going to have to give the kids, I think, a chance to get adjusted to that new schedule. And they're going to be tired, especially if they're in for 5 days for the first time this school year. So as that's all happening, I do believe that the technology is going to be much easier once we're all back in, because we're all going to be using, the school internet. You're not going to have children that aren't possibly able to even get on the internet, and hopefully we'll have devices within the classroom to use. So that being said, I think teachers have to make a real effort not to fall back into traditional methods of instruction. So many of us have learned brand new programs, brand new applications, brand new software we have available to us, brand new devices. So you want to really try hard to make use of those devices and applications and software pieces in this new, more in-person instruction. So I think making the adjustments to those applications and those software pieces, that's going to be a real challenge here at the start. Now, digital ink has completely transformed my method of instruction. I had flipped my classroom previously and had put podcasts up for my students to watch, and many of those were PowerPoint podcasts with my voice over. And since working with digital ink, I have now used my Wacom tablet to actually create many of the podcasts. For my students, that's important because where the students are seeing my handwriting, writing, and my students have actually said they much prefer the podcasts where I'm actually doing the writing rather than the PowerPoints. The digital ink has allowed me to easily annotate papers and also to do some digital grading, which has been great because, being remote for a while and hybrid for a while, that was really, really important because all of the homework and such was being given to us electronically. It also has freed me up from the whiteboard. So once we all went back into the classroom, I was able to Bluetooth my Wacom tablet to my laptop. And then literally as I am walking around the classroom, I am writing on the board in front of the students. So as far as monitoring the students and their work and such, with me being able to move around the classroom, that's really been beneficial. Now, what are some tips, some onboarding tips for teachers that are brand new to the Wacom tablet? So just kind of a general tip, right? Don't use technology just for the sake of technology. Make sure that it really fits you, that it fits your method of instruction, that it fits your students, that it fits your subject matter. And also too, remember to start small. So you have applications and software pieces that you currently use. So I would try to use the Wacom tablet with those applications that you're already familiar with. I also think too that at least initially, use the Wacom tablet to create a resource that you can then give your students to use. For example, create a podcast, 5-minute podcast, and then have your students watch that on whatever topic you happen to choose. That way you're getting used to writing with the tablet, you're getting used to looking at the screen, looking at the students, right? So it gives you some practice. And then you can always re-record, right? Once you feel comfortable creating those resources, then it's time to actually use it actively in the classroom. But I would start small, and I think I would start by first creating some actual resources for the students to use. So then with your students, if you're lucky enough to have a classroom set of Wacom for your students, I think one of the most important uses for your students is note-taking. I believe that taking a pen to paper and physically writing notes down makes certain that that information gets into your brain, right? As opposed to typing it out. So the nice piece about the Wacom tablet is you're writing. The kids are writing with a pen on a tablet, but then you're able to save those notes digitally. So you're kind of getting the digital part of that at the same time the kids are actually writing, which I think is really important. Now, I'm a science teacher, right? So we have digital lab notebooks, and so the students have to upload calculations into that digital notebook. So what they will do is do it on paper, take a photo, perhaps convert it to a PDF, and then upload it. With this digital lab notebook, they can actually do it right on the Wacom tablet, right inside the digital notebook. So you kind of pass over that uploading piece. If you have a classroom where there's a lot of collaboration going on with this Wacom tablet, the students can collaborate in Google Docs, they can collaborate in Jamboard, Limnu, Collabboard, so many applications. And again, in science and probably in math, there's so many symbols and so much math and calculations that you're doing and so much, drawing and graphs, that having the ability to write versus having to look for the symbol on your keyboard or a function key that will give you that symbol. Just the writing piece is important during the collaboration. And then homework, problem sets, same thing. If you're in math, if you're in science, with all of the symbols and all of the numbers, so much easier to actually write those. And again, authenticity, the kids are writing, which I still, I happen to firmly believe that really is better for the learning process, the actual writing rather than the typing. And then I think the last piece here with students using it, there are many sites out there, again, for science, for me in particular, where the students manipulate things on the screen in that particular application, or they are pulling, for example, molecules across the screen. So the Wacom tablet makes all of that so much more user-friendly for the students. So I thank you for listening today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the time at the conference.
Never stop learning. Never stop listening to your inner muse. Never forget how hard you've worked. Now more than ever, we each have something to learn. We each have something to share. Now is the time to believe in yourself.
Hello everybody, my name is Nobu. I'm CEO of Wacom, and I'm sending this message from Tokyo Wacom office. Thank you so much for joining us today, thINK21 Wacom EDU Summit. The world is going through very difficult times, as you know, and we have been thinking over how, as Wacom and Wacom products, Wacom technology can support educations. Today, we are here to talk about how the Wacom technology, Wacom products, and communities getting together can keep sustaining educations across K12, high ed, and even Creative Pro area. So Wacom products such as display tablet, we can deliver the education experience such as annotating, using a whiteboard in remote educations, and even highlighting and even creating your handwriting materials for your classrooms. And also together with a bunch of the variety of the pens, this is almost like our digital stationery as education instrument. And also not just our delivering hardware or products, we are thinking of the futures. In futures, our digital ink technologies would be able to capture the students' learning characteristics or learning curve or teaching characteristics by digital ink. And we can contribute to the optimized adaptive learning service, caring each student, caring each teachers using our digital ink. So we are thinking over this future digital classroom, whether it's remote or in person. Moreover, I like to highlight through these 3-day sessions, thINK21 Wacom EDU Summit, not just talking about our technology or products. We really like to listen to your voice. We really like to learn from you. We welcome your feedback, comments, any questions, and all your precious feedback. We like to reflect on our future solution for educations, and we really like to grow together with you. We fully commit in education sectors and learning from you. Thank you again for joining us today, and please enjoy the sessions. Thank you.
Hi, welcome to day 3 of thINK21, the Wacom Education Summit. I'm Mindy Thielges, Sales Manager and Education Product Evangelist for Wacom. Today, we'll hear from K-12 educators on how they are using technology to improve their students' experience. They'll also share ideas on building effective STEM and STEAM programs and infusing creativity across the curriculum. Listen, we know that this past year has wreaked havoc on children's learning experiences with nationwide school closures that affected an estimated 55 million students. We couldn't have made it to this point without all of you. At Wacom, we have all been so touched by the stories from teachers that embraced, and many for the first time embraced, Wacom Pen tablets, not only as an essential teaching tool to keep students engaged, but we were so touched by how you all adapted and still managed to spark creativity and innovative classroom experiences for our youth. Your newly formed passions for teaching inspires us. So we want to give back to you today by providing you with some real ingenuity and lessons learned. And please reach out during the summit. We want to hear your stories too.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to thINK21. Today's K-12 track is no looking back, and in fact, it's a look ahead for K-12 education. We're pleased to open today's summit with a live presentation from Santa Fe Public Schools and share with you really an innovative and exciting STEM program, a program that reaches throughout Santa Fe's district and broader into the community and across the state. Their integration of technology, the way they're using data and building community partnerships will give educators everywhere, we hope, new ideas and inspiration. And with that, I want to welcome the Super STEM team from Santa Fe Public Schools, started with Dr. Tom Ryan. Tom, take it away.
Well, thank you very much, Linda. We're really happy to be here. Santa Fe Public Schools has had challenges like everyone else with dealing with the pandemic and keeping our systems afloat. But I thought we'd share a little bit. I'm a Chief Information and Strategy Officer for Santa Fe Public Schools, but I'm also a part of the COSIN National Board, a member of the Council of Various City Schools, and help them with their CIO activities, and also a senior fellow with the Center for Digital Education. So I have a great role with Santa Fe as a strategy officer. I get to focus on kind of the future, and my team works on what's going on currently. I'd ask you, just to get us started and engaged, if you could text either your biggest opportunity that you think that COVID provided for adoption of computer science, or perhaps your greatest challenge. And while you're throwing those texts in, I can get those fingers exercised.
Did we lose Tom? Is everyone else on? I'll take over from here if we need to.
Well,
oh, there he is.
I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, I think Neil had control of the button and just kicked me out to ruffle my feathers a little bit. Santa Fe, which was founded in 1610, it's the second oldest city in the United States. We have about 13,000 students. 80% of those students are Hispanic, 15% Caucasian, about
this program in that they are providing that day in and day out support in schools. And then there's the support and the support in student connectivity and making sure that the technical side of things are working. And we have a great team in Santa Fe Public Schools that we're very proud of. But as we became more technologically advanced, state of the art learning environments, we had to make sure that support was able to be in place for that as well. And that kind of leads us to where we are. So we spent the past 5 years after 2013, the 5 years after that, really building out that environment that enabled us to have a rich learning environment. Our board created a computer science resolution that is the foundation of what we're going to talk about today. It was an exciting proposition. We were the first district in the state to say that we wanted to implement computer science for every student, grade pre-K through 12, with CSTA standards and in every content area. So we didn't want it to be about, we want a computer science class in every school, but we wanted every teacher to have the ability to integrate computer science skills and activities into their lessons. And with that said, Tom, I'll take it over. I'm not positive if Amory is connected with us.
He is. He's on. I think he might be on mute, but while he figures that out, Amory Martinez. Once we started this program, we decided we needed somebody to coordinate those efforts so that we're keeping momentum going forward. And so we hired an innovation and an education coordinator, and Amory has become our chief worrier about making sure that people are connected, that funds are getting to teachers, and that we're putting on an annual a month-to-month program for computer science. Amory was born and raised in northern New Mexico. He's a very proud first-generation college student in his family. He's got some design, architecture, and construction background, and he is used to be a digital learning coach for the Santa Fe Public Schools, and then elevated himself to be in charge of our computer science and STEM programs. While expanding opportunities for all Santa Fe students to become competitive and valued participants in the future. So, Amory, thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks very much for the introduction, Tom. As Tom mentioned, I am the Innovation Coordinator for Santa Fe Public Schools, and my responsibility is to help push forward the Computer Science Ready 2025 program, or also known as CSR 2025. Next slide. Next slide. You guys.
So, Amory, we're on the collaboration slide with 6 pictures.
Yeah, so I'm getting a lag. Sorry, guys. I must be in a location where I have poor Wi-Fi service, so I have a lag, so I'm not getting the information.
That's no problem. Just go ahead with the collaboration slide.
So the collaboration portion has to do with between our Departments of Curriculum Instruction and our Department of Technology. And as Tom mentioned, it began with the school board resolution in 2018, I believe. And the goal of our program is to essentially have a program that is adaptable, refined. We can refine this program, and we can also replicate it. This also does tie into the Santa Fe Public Schools Innovation Expo, which also highlights and showcases all of the great work that our students and teachers are doing at Santa Fe Public Schools. We want to put some faces because our approach to all of this is a community-based approach. And because of that, we've also established a community of practice program that's specific to computer science readiness, specifically in grades K-8. And the goal of this collaboration between the departments is to essentially get every student and every teacher versed in computer science concepts and in skills. We're not so much focused right now on the machine or the technical aspects, but rather the concepts and the skills. Next slide, please. So, I'm not sure, Tom, which site you're showing.
You have the phases of the deployment and the design school sites.
Yeah, so the phases of deployment are basically if you click on there, this should be a graphic that you can watch. Essentially, the CSR 2025 program will lead every school through a process of understanding computer science. And then from that process, moving into a phase of implementation. And afterwards, another form, the next phase would be transformation. The goal is that the key to success that we feel that at the CSR 2025 program is that each school develops its own plan. They have their own approach, whether it be focused on computational thinking skills, or it could be design thinking skills. So those are the aspects that we're focused on in computer science.
So Amory, if we'll go back to that slide just real quick, what is this phase of awareness, adaptation, transformation? What's the purpose and with that? And does each school go through each of those phases?
Yes, each computer science ready school will go through each phase. So it's a 3-year program. It's a 3-year phase program, and it focuses on 5 areas, right? Endorsing the CSTA standard, a computer science integration with all 4 content standards. We want to plan to recruit teachers and world capacity teachers who will implement or integrate computer science skills and concepts with their core content. We want to develop a computer science pathway with a focus on the development of those skills. And of course, we want to establish an internal and external stakeholder group. In other words, the community of practice that we have currently taking place right now.
Great. We'll go to the next slide, and we have the 3 vignettes.
Yes, so the participation of being part of the computer science resolution was creating a series of vignettes. Vignettes are created by both digital learning coaches who have a background in computer science and other individuals who have a background in computer science. And these vignettes each are synchronous and asynchronous, but the asynchronous portion is a 2-hour block. For example, a computational thinking block. If you click on computational thinking, it will take you to our learning management system, which is known as open access. And what we do is we engage every level of our ability to use technology at our school district to leverage that. So we leverage it so that way our teachers have access at every option available. Design thinking is the same process. Block coding. So each one does, when you link into this learning management system, all that we're asking teachers to do is to submit the activity outlined in the vignette. And then, of course, when they get past that, they'll work with a mentor and a digital coach to design, develop, and implement a project or unit plan, which also integrates CSTA standards. Now, the intent is for the vignettes is to give teachers exposure to what computational thinking or block coding might look like. It's breaking down some barriers. It's removing the shock and awe of what most people view as computer science. Computer science, not from the perspective solely from technical, but also from the skills perspective as well. Next slide, please.
And while they're going to the next slide, could you tell us what a digital learning coach is?
A digital learning coach. Yeah, a digital learning coach has an educational background. Typically, the background also includes experience in their classrooms. They have experience using project-based learning approaches, hands-on approaches. So the idea is that it's a combination of computer science being tied to what we can do to combine our core content. So in my background, for example, I taught a STEAM lab before becoming a digital learning coach, and then from there elevated to innovation coordinator.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. If you wouldn't mind, I would like to just briefly speak in the next slide about the community of practice. And the image of the community of practice is comprised of educators, digital learning coaches, students, community partners outside, district leaders, others. So those pictures that you see, those are images of all the people that are working diligently to make computer science essentially a component of Santa Fe Public Schools. In other words, we don't want to view computer science skills any different than you would say language arts skills or math skills. Essentially, they are skills. So it was really important that we take an opportunity to view the video. Would someone click on that video for just I can do Thank you. So in this area here, what I just wanted to showcase to you are the kind of different approaches we're doing. We're doing 3D printing. We're doing coding with robotics. We're using software like Makey. We're incorporating computer science with our humanities teachers and our language arts teachers. And so this clip, I just want to give you a sense of what's taking place at our school site. We're truly looking at innovating teaching and learning, and that whatever happens now from here from say K8, kids will be prepared once they hit 12th grade, and they can hit the ground running. They can do internships. They can tie to their local community college. They can tie to courses that are in our universities. So we're really looking at how do we make Santa Fe Public Schools a leader in our school, in our district, and of course in our state. Next slide, please. The computer science ready COP mentors. These are the COP mentors. I just need to share their names. Steve Cox, Jerry Lynn Morning Salazar, Zanette Ramos, Justine Christine Chavez, Susan Gibbs, Kate Gomez, and Pamela Perea. These are all educators within Santa Fe Public Schools, digital learning coaches that are mentors, and professors at other colleges who have come together to work with us and our teachers in this community of practice. The way the community of practice works is it is a 16-hour block of time during this spring semester. At the end of this spring semester, our mentors and their participants, the group of teachers that they are working with, will showcase all of the great stuff that they've come together with using computer science. We want to showcase and share this information with our school board leadership and our stakeholders locally. Next slide, please. Computer science ready. Intra-district competitions is another thing that we work towards.
So did we lose Amory sound on that? Let's.
I think we did, Tom. I'll wrap up for Amory. I think the important inter-district competitions, we wanted to ensure that our students were able to compete. Right prior to the pandemic, we were working on a first and second grade Lego competition about water conservation, and we were really excited to have a competition among our schools. Students were excited, the teachers were excited, and unfortunately this pandemic got in the way. I think one of the primary focuses of this computer science ready program is that, and Miss, I don't want to take any away from Miss Casals's presentation, but we developed this as an opportunity for schools to develop a plan that would meet the needs of their own students. So when we went through, we passed a slide that had a group of cohort 1 schools. That was kind of our test bed. We had 4 schools, and we sat with them over a week, and we learned those basic skills. The second week, we allowed a core group of leadership and teachers and the digital learning coach from each school to develop a plan, and they developed a plan that met the needs of their own school. So we came out of this with 4 different plans, all with the same goal of integrating computer science. The other key to this that Ms. Casals will point out is that we didn't believe that you needed to come up with the plan. It's not going, this is a living, fluid plan. So let's have a basic frame around that awareness, so helping teachers understand. Then we're going to move to integration the next year, which is the year that Ms. Casals is in now, and then really looking at transformational learning in that third year. And we did things with microbits, and we had training for teachers through the NMSTA, the New Mexico, CSTA, New Mexico Computer Science Teachers Association. So a week of learning down at the University of New Mexico, which was great for our students. We had a microbit competition that one of our students was nationally recognized for as well. And I already talked about the Lego intra-district competition. We're really looking forward to getting different activities and competitions within our own district going again around this. We had a digital learning conference in Albuquerque that had schools from all around the state, and we presented, and we're happy with the reception of our presentation. You can see Justine here dressed up as our Internet Explorer. We also have an annual Innovation Expo in Santa Fe, and year before last we had 700 attendees, over 100 kids and teachers coming to present around their STEAM Power Learning. This year we moved to a virtual event, and as you can imagine, attendance wasn't 700, but what was great was that we had this virtual STEAM fair that was basically Innovation Expo that was set up, and we had parents and teachers who were involved with students and learning about their programs. We're really looking, the purpose of this is just to showcase our students' skills to our stakeholders so that they can understand what it is that we're doing in Santa Fe around computer science, and it's very, very exciting. The last thing, and I'm sorry I'm jumping around a little bit here, but having to jump in for Mr. Martinez, who had some technical difficulties. I'm doing the best that I can, so I apologize for jumping around. Thank you. The last thing we have here was this was the first event that we had a couple years ago, again with 700 students. We had vendors from all across the city and businesses come and participate, and it was an absolutely engaging event and really eye-opening for the community, I think, to understand and be able to look at the types of learning and skills that our students are gaining around computer science, and not just in the typical computer science classes, but we had phys ed teachers come and talk about how they integrate computer science skills as well. Dr. Ryan?
Yes, I'm going to start with Kathy Casaus. She was a computer science teacher or integrated into her teaching program, and she's grown into a principal at Acequia Madre. Acequia Madre was one of our first computer science cohorts. She's got tons of enthusiasm and really brings home these the leadership within her school. I think she's going to talk a little bit about the makeup of her school, but also she's a person that engages in a hands-on way with all of our learners and makes it passionate. So she's really done a great job. And Kathy, why don't you tell us a little bit about your program?
I'm muted and I can't unmute.
You are off. There we
go. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Neil. Everybody else out there, thank you so much for inviting us to share our story with you today. My name is Kathy Casaus, and I'm the principal of a charming little school in downtown Santa Fe called Acequia Madre. And traditionally, Acequia Madre, we're a public school, but we've been known for our performing arts. So being the change agent and taking on this, being part of cohort 1 in our CSR 2025, my goal, my questions were centered around how can we integrate performing arts with the concepts of computer science. So basically, my job was to set the stage for how we move forward. So next slide. We were thinking about what do we already do? What do we do at our school and that we can simply integrate and move forward? One of the things we do is we have a theme every year. We've had kindness and integration. So as part of our awareness or gaining awareness of computer science, we said that our theme was going to be explore. And through this, we I know this is old school. I don't do it this way now this year, but last year when we started up, it was a poster and stickies. And how do we arrange everything to include computer science throughout the day? Then I looked at the space, our school, our actual physical building. How can I make this an environment where we are exploring computer science? So one of the things we did is we changed our traditional computer lab and library into what we call the Creative Commons, with multiple opportunities for different types of diving into coding and maybe some engineering and maybe some other artworks that we can integrate into those. We have rooms and centers and hallways that we can use throughout the day to develop those skills, to create, to test, and then refine what our students are doing. Then moving on and looking at how we integrate that into our performing arts. Performing arts, and when I say performing arts is a focus, it's a true focus. Every classroom at our school does at least 2 performances for the parents and community a year, an evening performance, a daytime, a matinee, and beyond that, we have monthly smaller performances. But anyway, here, we looked at all those skills our kiddos were taking on and then giving them opportunities to integrate them in what they would have already done in their class. So here we've got a 5th grade class that does 2 different performances a year. One is a colonial fair where each of the kids takes on a skill from colonial times and then learns that skill and presents it to the public. Well, they then included this year learning about the green screen software and how they could use that to take that performance up to the next level. They also do a performance where they invited the public to come in and they would discuss the presidents. They each had their own president, and they did artwork. They did a presentation. Well, this year they took it up another level and they learned how to use QR codes to lead to a timeline using the iMovie software. And then as we are a performing arts school, we were able to give our audience an iPad and they were able to interact with the presentation. So we were looking at multiple ways to integrate all these new skills that our teachers and our students had learned into what they were already doing. Next, another thing I was telling you, we do multiple presentations. Well, we also took the opportunity for weekly assemblies where each class could showcase some sort of skills that they might have learned. Here we've got 2 students doing some Lego robotics, and they presented to the entire school and then discussed it afterwards in a one-on-one session with a variety of different grade levels. So now our students are becoming the teachers to their peers. And this is another way we celebrate our successes. We have seen an exponential growth in interest of coding, of peer collaboration. Our community has gotten involved. We now have parents and community members doing after-school coding and robotics club. And it's just so fun to see our students working together and their excitement ringing through the hallways. Earlier, Neil talked about the Innovation Expo, where district-wide we were able to showcase and celebrate those successes throughout the year. This is a picture of one of our groups of kids last year at the expo where it was live. And this shows them taking what they think and moving forward. And this was the integration of many students. and working with their robotics and their parents helping out. This year, it was virtual. But because of those skills our kids have learned, they were able to seamlessly move their presentations into a virtual platform. So again, I want to say it's really been an amazing collaboration of the district, our technology department, our digital learning coaches, and our teachers and students to make this all come together.
Hey, Kathy, before we go on, just a question or a statement. In some districts, you can't cut athletics when the budgets go, but by board decree, you cannot cut art in our community. It's a really big deal in Santa Fe. So the way that you've taken the art community and helped them to see the value of that. Are there any businesses or how did you get that buy-in to move with art, keep that focus, and adopt this computer science initiative?
Well, Tom, I don't know if everybody has heard about Meow Wolf, but Meow Wolf is, the perfect example of artists using technology to communicate their skills and present their ideas to the community. So we have Meow Wolf here in Santa Fe. It is now growing. I think there's one in Denver, one in Las Vegas. But anyway, my teachers, I took my teachers to Meow Wolf. It was a field trip for the teachers. And we experienced that, immersed ourselves in the way technology and art can marry. And then we brought it back into our school so that we could share that with our students and our community.
So it's more than just what we're doing in the school. It's a whole community-wide initiative to upgrade and bring in computer science. Thank you.
Exactly.
So next slide, and Justine, I'm going to also ask you to tell us a little bit, because we've already got a question coming in about what the credentials or what it takes to be a digital learning coach. But Justine is another one of our fantastic employees within Santa Fe. She's has been a digital learning coach for us and has partnered with Kathy in her school, and she has been very enthusiastic. She's one of our digital learning coaches that said, "This is my niche. I want to make something happen here." So, if you could, Justine, tell us a little bit about what is a digital learning coach as far as credentials, and how are they assigned to schools, or are they just a little bit about that so people understand what digital learning coaches are.
Neil, I think Justine might still be muted. Is anybody able to unmute her?
Well, while she's doing that, Neil, maybe you could take that question.
Absolutely. Yep. Our digital learning coaches, as I said, they're really the background, the backbone of this program. Digital learning coaches, as Amory said, have a background in education. Every single one of them is a former teacher. And this is a bit of a coveted position in Santa Fe Public Schools. When we have, we infrequently have positions open, but when we do, boy, we get a lot of applications for them. Digital learning coaches work within schools and are divided among our schools. So again, we have 16 larger schools, so high schools and our middle schools that have, over 1,000 students. It'll be one digital learning coach working at one school. For our smaller schools, a digital coach might be assigned to 2 schools, or in very, very few cases, might be assigned to 3 schools. But the coaches will typically pick half a day at one school and half a day at another, or they'll work Monday, Tuesday at one school, Wednesday, Thursday at another school, and then have flex Fridays. These guys are really pseudo leaders within their schools. In that they are an active part of the decision making around our 90-day plans, which is growth plans for schools. So how what are our goals for the school year, and different things like that. So again, these guys are the heartbeat of ensuring that our technology is used, that computer science skills and the CSTA standards, are integrated in all of our classrooms, and digital resources and e-textbooks are able to be used. They also provide that on-the-fly technical support for teachers who sometimes need it so that they don't get stuck. Do we have Justine back yet?
I'm showing she's still muted. I'm wondering.
Yep. So let's do this. Eric, let's go back to gallery view. And I've got several questions that I want to bring up. Neil, when the board wanted to move towards a computer science adoption, and we moved towards a district-wide K through 12 implementation, there was a relationship that had to be built with instruction, because we didn't want this to be another project that was pushed on to principals, so that this was more of an integrated approach. Can you talk a little bit about that building of a relationship with our instructional partners in the development of this program?
Yeah, of course I can. Right before I do that, Tom, I'd just like to say that, Tom and I present together frequently, and at the very beginning we say, we're both tech guys, so there's going to be something that goes wrong today. And Tom, we forgot that today. And here we go. Justine can't connect and Amory can't connect, but this is a testament to just, this is part of technology and we have to get used to it. So thank you all for bearing with us. Dr. Ryan talked about the connection that needs to exist between teaching and learning and technology. The digital learning coaches in Santa Fe Public Schools, they report to technology. However, with that said, we have developed such a close relationship. Dr. Ryan, myself, and Linda Sink, who's our Chief Academic Officer and our Executive Director of Curriculum Instruction, typically meet on a weekly basis to talk about what's going on in our classrooms. And where we're really looking, our end goal, is that technology isn't something. Technology just exists as a natural support in every single one of our classrooms for great teaching and learning, because that's why we're here. We're here to teach our students. So I'm very proud of the relationship that we've developed with teaching and learning. I don't think we're where we need to go, because there's always room for growth around those relationships. But we have, we often talk about silos within public schools, and I really believe that we've broken down some of those silos, and we're working together and collaborating together. We don't do something without thinking of them, and they don't. Same goes with them. They confer with us. We try to figure out how we can work together to make sure that when we do something, we do it right.
Well, and that partnership is also co-ownership, right? So this wasn't the technology program. This was our academic program, of which we held a more of a leadership role. This next part is a two-part question, because I think it was really important it developed those phases. We didn't expect people to have a plan for their future in the first year, but we would grow with them. And it changed the role of the central office and the school. So I want both the principal and the central office person to talk to Neil. Talk a bit about that New Zealand model that we adopted, and then let's transition into how do we had to work that culture in as with the schools that we had to develop.
Yeah, absolutely. So we wanted this to be something that we supported schools in. We didn't want it to be something that we were doing to schools. And we certainly are not the experts. I'm not an expert at running a school. I'm not a principal at this moment. So we wanted the principals to be really the driving force with their leadership team. That's why when I talked about the summer, the 2-week intensive program, it wasn't just the principal coming, or it wasn't just a group of teachers, but we asked for a leadership team who was going to be that core team, at least one administrator, so the principal or assistant principal, digital learning coach, and a group of teachers that was mixed. So we didn't want all English teachers or all math teachers. And our goal was to, again, support those teachers support those schools in developing a plan that was for them. And one of the things, and I'm just gonna call you out here, Ms. Casals, one of the things that was the most fun about this was that the principals would come. Kathy came and she said, "Oh, can we do this? We want to do this. Can we do that?" And our answer was, "You're asking the wrong question. The question isn't can't you? The question is how can the district support the school in doing that?" So we really wanted to be the supporter, not the driver. And Kathy, I'll turn it over to you to finish that up.
Well, and that's exactly what happened. Thanks, Neil. When we were doing this training, we'd have these ideas, but we weren't sure if that's what we could do. And again, they turned it back and said, that's not the right question. If this is what you want to do, what can we do to support you? And I know Justine is not able to be here with us, but I want to import how the DLCs, our digital learning coaches, help with that culture, help shift that culture with the teachers in empowering them with their own choices and almost the same type of thing. Not the questions, again, not what did we want them to do, what did they want to do in their classroom with what they're doing, and how can we support them?
So, Neil, we had several schools that were in that first phase. We had more people wanted to be in than we could address. If you became a school within this, we wanted to have a comprehensive solution. So, besides getting the training, what other supports besides the training and the DLC that's dedicated to helping them? What other supports did the schools get?
Yeah. So we wanted to make this something that schools were interested in. So we wanted to create a little bit of demand for this. So again, not doing it to schools, but schools were coming to us, and they are coming to us now and saying, we want to be a part of the next cohort. So we had an application process. We had 7 schools in the first year, and we only took 4. In addition to a 2-week intensive that we talked about, 1 week of training around the stuff of computer science, so coding and robotics and the different devices that you can use to learn those and integrate those skills. But then the next week was working on planning. We included a stipend for teachers for learning over the summer for that team. We also included $30,000 so that the schools could use that as they saw fit. And you know, of course, there are some limitations, and we tried to provide some direction. One of the things that we found is that we left it a little too open-ended in the beginning. So we were getting, I want these robotics kits, and I want a different school might want a different one. From a district perspective, we're now trying to figure out what works for all of us so that we can streamline. In addition, as you indicated, Tom, they get a little bit extra digital learning coach support. And the innovation coordinator, Mr. Martinez, who spoke with us for a couple of minutes, he provides supports directly to those cohort 1 and 2 schools at this moment. And then starting next year, it'll be the cohort 1, 2, and 3. The other thing that I'd like to say is that Tom mentioned that we don't think of this as another thing. So we wanted to ensure that the schools knew that they could make this a part of what they were already doing or what their focus already was. And that has worked to our benefit. Again, not doing it for the schools or telling them how to do it, but providing the support for schools to do what they saw fit.
So Kathy, you get this program, you bring a team from your school that is a design team because you had to own this, not anybody else. What'd you do with your $30,000?
Well, and you know what, it was a process. It was a process deciding what was the purpose, what could we do with that financial support that would help us move forward, help us learn new skills, and help us then pass that on to our students. So what we did is, because we are a performing arts school, and with the wonderful help of our DLC, we looked at the different things that we could use to help our kids understand coding and I want to say recording and keeping track of all of those things that we did with our robotics so that we could then share that with a variety of audiences. So what kind of software could we use to capture this for whatever audience we had? So was it our third grade students working on Lego robotics, finding the software, whatever they needed to capture this, and then presenting it to another grade level? So those are the things we purchased. So if if we want to talk about the things that we purchased, there was some robotic. There also was some basic, what do I want to say, hands-on items to learn how coding and sequencing work for our beginning kindergartens, kinder through third. We also wanted with these items to be able to teach our kiddos terminology, the correct vocabulary to use as they move ahead with computer science.
I think sorry.
Go ahead.
I think one of the things that, from Justine's perspective, as the digital learning coach, that has changed. There has been and I think Kathy will agree with this, there's been a culture shift within her school. This has become the driving process that we work towards. One of the great things that I've seen in some of our computer science schools is when we moved to our 7th through 12th grade students have always been one-to-one for the past 5 or 6 years. When we knew that COVID was coming and our schools would likely close, we stripped all of our carts. We stripped all of the Chromebooks out of our carts for our pre-K through 6th grade students and handed those devices to students before they went to a remote learning environment. And prior to that, we had some old carts that we've used, and we were trying to figure out what do we do with these instead of putting them in a landfill or selling them, for scrap per pound. And I've seen some really innovative uses of them, and I believe Ms. Casausa's school was one in which students would learn something, and I'm just gonna pick something. Maybe it was around construction, or maybe it was around coding or robotics, but they would build displays out of the cart. So you would take the cart and you could see on the front what the general concept was, and then you could turn it to the left, and here was step one in building, and you turn it around and then you open it, and it might be used as a large scale diorama. So some really ingenious and incredible things that it kind of makes it easy for us to show off the computer science skills that our students are learning.
And if I could add to that, Neil, another thing I know Justine was going to talk about is our digital learning coaches also come into our schools and support the principal and the rest of the school with professional development. And a lot of Justine's professional development has not been how to. It's been, come on in, these are the things we have, explore, try it out, and then I'm going to work with you on what you're doing in your class and how this could support you in your class. Then I would, during my walkthroughs in my classes, I would see my teachers integrating in their small math groups, in their small math group rotations. One of their groups was always about coding. So as Justine presented these, as the teachers got more and more knowledgeable with the different skills that they could use, we saw it happening all day long.
Right. Ownership makes a huge difference. We only have a few more minutes, so Neil, I want to ask a couple more questions, and if there's a question from the audience, please get it into the chat soon so we can finish. Neil, two things. What are the requirements that you need in order to become a digital learning coach?
Yeah, so we're really looking for somebody who is, again, a former educator who has been able to integrate technology within the classroom, understands coaching. Coaching is a key part, and relationship building is really a key part in those digital learning coaches. If you There's an understanding within our school district that DLCs are not evaluative. They're not coming into your classroom to tell you how to do something. Again, just like Ms. Casals just described, a lot of times it's the sit down and let's chat about what you're doing and let's try to think together about what we can do moving forward. But again, primarily, Tom, an avid user of technology as a pedagogical tool, as a pedagogical support, really being able to look at data and try to understand data in classrooms, and being creative with ways to integrate technology to support good teaching and learning.
And Kathy, they're not just a trainer, kind of a typical role. They're more of a leadership partner in the planning out how you're going to move your school forward, correct?
Absolutely. We work hand in hand all the time, making plans. I might say something, Justine, this is where I want to go. This is what I'm thinking. And then she will think on that and come back. And this is how we can start that motion. So together we, again, hand in hand. But the relationships she has developed with the staff are deep and very, very special because she makes them feel successful and appreciates their successes.
Yep. And Neil, what types of partnerships, whether they're state or local, or how do we help with the state, with the other school districts in the state, businesses? How did that go?
Yeah, so I think that first of all, many of our digital learning coaches, myself, are involved with the state ISTE, the affiliate, which is NMISTE, New Mexico Society for Technology and Education. So we provide professional development and presentations. We are constantly working with local vendors because, local businesses, because that's really where our students are going. Trying to grow our students, the skills that our local businesses are looking for. We're a tech region hire. We have national labs, two of the national labs, the Los Alamos National Labs and Sandia area labs within 50, 60 miles of our school district. So a tech region, a tech hire region means that there are more technology specific jobs created in the Santa Fe County than there are all other jobs. So we're really focused on how can we help our students gain the skills that they need to enter our workforce.
And Kathy, 30 seconds. What would you recommend to principals and teachers if they want to really get a program going in their school or support a program in their school?
I think number one, look at what you are already doing that is successful. And then bit by bit, look at what you can do to bring computer science into that, to integrate it, and to marry it into that. And do it bit by bit. Another great thing is getting feedback from both the kids and the teachers. That can be incredibly powerful.
Well, I know the presentations we've done to the Board of Education, the video presentations, the things we've captured really generated a lot of excitement, not to mention that enormous community event that we had with 700 folks. We really appreciate sharing our journey with computer science, and this is just one of our schools. Each one had a different plan and a different path forward. I appreciate the opportunity to share those successes. I'm very proud of our school, and I really thank all our presenters, whether they could participate fully. Justine, she put a lot of work into her presentation. Neil, and your leadership, and you as well, Kathy. Neil, our contact information is on the slide, so you can email us if you have other questions. We'd love to chat and talk and share what we've got and learn what you've done. So thank you very much for this opportunity, Linda and Wacom, for giving us an opportunity to share.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
there. I'd like to talk about a couple of scenarios that you may be familiar with as educators. These are both things that I experienced as a parent of kids going through K through 12 education over the past couple of years. So here's the first scenario. One of our children was in a class where the teacher had helped write the test that they would be taking at the end of the class. So she said, I know a lot about this subject matter, and it's really important that we get all of this information from the textbook into the heads of our learners. And I'm really good at doing that. I'm going to cram it in there. It's going to be great. And as you can imagine, after that happened, we had kind of a, well, how would I describe it? It's kind of a rough year for that particular learner, right? It wasn't terribly engaging. It was kind of long. Here's scenario number 2. And in this scenario, we had a teacher say, this year, we're going to be talking about Greece. And as we talk about Greece, we're going to be talking about Euclid when we talk about math. We're going to be talking about books by Rick Riordan, and we're going to be talking about Greek mythology. We're going to be talking about the Parthenon, and we're going to do a Greek tragedy performance as part of this class that we're putting together. So as you can imagine, my kids were pretty excited about this particular class. And as they thought about it, right, they were pretty stoked to be able to put a play together, to build a Parthenon, to do all these things. And they learned similar material in this class as they did in the first scenario. But my question is, which one was more engaging? I think engagement is really critical. And that's kind of the theme that I'm going to be talking about as I speak on sketchnoting for visual engagement for K through 12. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we engage learners and ways that we can get them to be inspired and hopefully help people understand, like, this is how we get people to pay attention, to enjoy the work that they're doing. And hopefully I can also demonstrate how this works as I go through my presentation. So, as I say, I am Tim May. I am the creative director at an organization called Explain. I have been using Wacom products since 1999. That's when I got my first tablet. It was amazing. I remember way back in '99 just thinking, I can do anything with this. And that I was able to really expand my digital art capabilities at a time when digital art was becoming a thing. So the place that I work, Explain, that is a design consultancy. And as a consultancy, we really help solve organizational challenges through art and design. So the sketch notes that you're going to see that are a source for my drawings today are the type of things that we do for organizations, but in a manner to kind of help people change, to help people work better. So we like to say that we lead the world at leading change through people, and that we've been doing this since '93. I haven't been with Explain since '93, but the company's been around for a while. So this methodology works, and it's worked for a long time. Now, what I just shared was kind of maybe a little bit of consultant speak. So let me try and break it down a little more clearly so you can understand specifically what it is I do. And that should give you a little understanding of hopefully the efficacy of what I'm going to be saying today and sharing. So when my company does work, when Explain works, it looks like this. We begin with a discovery session. And in that discovery session, there's a lot of co-creation, people working together. And we ask these people, the CFOs, the CEOs, people who are deep inside organizations, inside their operations and people programs, to draw. And drawing is really key to the work that we do because it allows us to share ideas in a way that aren't necessarily limited by language. It allows us to kind of get out of our normal method of communication. And we ask people to draw, and those ideas are gathered and collected, and then I take those ideas after we've drawn for a while, and I start to come up with, like, all right, so how would I represent those ideas? What are some of the best ways to redraw those? Because I do have some training in this. And then we get into our design phase. So from discovery to design, we take those ideas and then we start to polish those ideas. So we start to say, all right, we kind of liked idea B, but with a little bit of C. So we're going to take those ideas over here. We're going to polish them a little bit and try to make them work. And then we start to produce them. So we get into production. And each of these phases is iterative, right? That we're going to try something and cycle through a few times to make sure it's working. So as we get into this production phase, then we try and figure out, well, based on the people that we need to have change and how they think and learn and work, what's the best vehicle to kind of accelerate that change? What's the thing that's going to help them really absorb this material, learn from it, and take action? And we don't necessarily measure ourselves on how pretty the thing we built is. We measure ourselves on, were we able to help people change behaviors? That's really critical for getting people to learn and work effectively together. The other thing we try to consider is the organic nature of organizations. I also just get to show off some beautiful like sketches that I did as a part of my preparation. But really, you think about organizations as organic, right? That for so long we've thought of organizations as hierarchical and machine-like. This person reports to this person. You have these three reports, these over here. And I think that one of the things that type of thinking does is it kind of limits how we work within organizations. If you think of an organization as a little bit more of a connected series of people that work in an ecosystem, and if you think about one part of it and changing one part of it, that's going to have ripple effects in other parts of that organization. So enough about organizational behavior and change, but that gives you a little bit of a background for what I am and what I do day to day. So one of the things that I run into when we're asking these executives to start drawing is we have to get them to think a little bit differently about what drawing is. And there's a phrase that I hear all the time, and that phrase is, I can't draw. And I'm sure a lot of you who are watching this have said this before. I only draw stick figures. I don't draw very well. This is not something I'm good at. That's your job. And I think that this kind of thinking is limiting. And I'm going to challenge it as I get into the rest of this presentation, because I think that when you say you can't draw, what you really mean is you're not comfortable drawing and you've decided to stop drawing as a way of exploring the world. So as you join me today, and my hope is that you'll jump in on the parachute like the little character I've drawn up here. My hope is that my first tip, find your inner 4-year-old. There was a time in your life when you used drawing to explore your world. It was one of the things that you would do that kind of helped you understand how the world worked. And so as you were, you remember, like you probably don't, but if you're a parent, you might remember how children, you give them crayons and that can be hours of just sort of meditative entertainment. They can work and it was something that was a place of discovery, a place of joy at one point in your life. So I want to talk about building visual literacy now. So building on that concept of finding that place of joy and discovery in drawing. As everyone knows, literacy means the ability to read and to write. And when it comes to our visual literacy, your brain is hardwired to read visual input. So that what I'm saying when I say hardwired to read visual input, what I mean is our brain has this amazing eyeball that's kind of an outgrowth of the brain, and that connects to a visual cortex. And these parts of our brain are, they process images really quickly, and that goes way back in human history. So if you think about kind of the power of visuals and the power of vision, and I've drawn Vision Man here with the cheesy eyeball and the big muscles. So if you hear something, if you're given a presentation and you hear it, and you add 3 days. So I've heard this thing, that there was something that came to me. I experienced it. I heard it. And 3 days later, I'm going to remember about 10% of what I heard. Now, same presentation, add imagery, add pictures to that presentation. 3 days later, you're going to remember more like 65% of that presentation, because the image is embedded in our brains. We're hardwired for this. This is also known as the picture superiority effect. But another thought, just as far as human history, right? In the human history of communication, we've been using words for 3,700, 4,000 years, putting words together to create meaning. But we've been communicating for over 30,000 years. And that humans have been communicating for a lot longer than we've had words and sentences to be able to do so. And you think about some of these early examples of ways that we were communicating with each other without necessarily a written language. It goes way back, and our brains have a lot more time working on this visual communication than we have with actual written communication. So Oh, one other thought that I had here that was interesting. When you say I see, right? What does that mean? That actually means I understand. So that in English, the word for seeing is almost the same thing as understanding. So that when we see things, we understand them. By saying that, we mean it. So getting back to this concept of literacy, we know that our eyeballs are really good at where they're hardwired, really good at reading visual input, but writing. We get back to that phrase, I can't draw, okay? But you can write your own name. So let's think about what it takes to actually write your name. My name is Timothy, Timothy. I'd like to get a bell, like a little ding, good job, Tim. What did I just do? I arranged a series of glyphs in an order that allows us to create a sound and make meaning. All right? I just arranged. Now, each one of these glyphs is kind of arbitrary and abstract, right? Like the alphabet is just a series of shapes or a series of pictures that you put together in a certain order to create meaning. So you've already had experience drawing because you know how to write. You already have the first steps of being visually literate. All right? And what do I mean by that? Well, our founder, Dave Gray, felt like in being visually literate, it's too late to just say, all right, everyone go to art school and learn how to draw like Tim. No, we don't need you to do that. You don't have to draw well for drawing to be a very effective tool in your communication. But let's jumpstart your ability to draw quickly by, instead of saying you have to learn chiaroscuro and measure with your thumb and learn all of these kind of fancy techniques for being able to draw, what I want you to do instead is think about just these 12 shapes as a visual alphabet, a place to start, where you can start thinking about like drawing in a manner, not so much that you have to be good at a lot of things, but let's just be good at one or two things. So point, line, arc. Those are the first three letters of the visual alphabet, and you can actually draw pretty much anything with those three letters, right? That if you take those three shapes and put them together, you can draw just about anything. Angle is taking two lines and putting them together. Spiral is an arc moving a little bit further. Loop goes a little bit further than that. These are sort of what we'd think of as the open shapes on the top. And then below, we have the closed shapes of the visual alphabet. Circle, oval or eye shape, triangle, rectangle, polygon, house shape, and cloud. If you can make these shapes, you can draw anything that you will have seen in my presentation today. And as you get more comfortable with it and combining them in different ways, you're able to actually make a lot of expressive things happen and build up your visual literacy. So this is sort of an on-ramp, a rapid on-ramp to being able to be expressive through visuals. So let's start with a couple of examples. Say I want to draw a coffee, okay? So which elements am I going to take? Well, I'm going to start with the top of the coffee cup. I'll pull that line from over here, right? And then I'm going to put an arc below it. All right, so there's an arc. I'm going to put another arc on the other side of this. And let's make it a fancy coffee cup with a couple of lines in there, a couple more lines. And then I'm going to add two more lines to imply that the coffee is hot and delicious. And I'll put an oval underneath to give it the appearance of a saucer, all right? Very quickly, I've started to put some of these elements together in a way that when our brain sees it, it reads coffee, all right? Next example, emojis. I kind of love emojis in this example because part of what you think about of emojis is they replace tone of voice in a text conversation, right? You can put an emoji at the end of something that might have been very offensive and all of a sudden it's funny because you've changed the context of that conversation. And it's amazing what you can do by just taking, I've taken the circle shape to create the outside shape of the emojis. And then as we think about very simple ways of showing, right? Let's do a couple of arcs, right? Couple of arcs, add one more arc. This is using only two letters of the visual alphabet, but I've conveyed quite a bit of emotion in this, just really quick example. I love the oh crap face, right? Big circles, let's put a couple of dots in the middle. And all of a sudden we've created a lot of emotion, right? And this time I've only used two shapes. Once again, I've repeated the circle 4 times and then two points, 2 dots in the middle. And then we've created it, right? If I want to sort of take a couple of arcs here, arc, 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 line, 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 line. Let's go back to our arc. Okay, now we have our love emoji, right? So now we've been able to make some cool shapes and ideas just out of this visual alphabet as a place to kind of start. Next, so let's say we want to get a little more complex and draw a goose. All right, well, I'm going to start with a circle. I'm going to put another circle inside the circle, and I'm going to put a dot so that we've got an eyeball. All right, now I'm going to do another arc here and another arc here, and I'm going to put a couple of lines next to it. I'm going to draw a circle for the body. All right, I'm going to draw a semi-cloud to make a wing, right? There's some probably feet going down. We can put a little tail on it, but put a couple lines to show that it's honking. And now in drawing humans, I have a pretty simple recipe that I use to draw people. I often need to draw very quickly. And so I try to reduce it to the elements that I think are most important. So when I draw people, I like to start with a big round head, and I usually do kind of a small body. I usually think of a couple of like slightly curved lines for eyeballs, a nice mouth. Sometimes we put a nose on there. It doesn't really matter. But then, let's put a ponytail on, some arms. And now I've quickly done a person, and it conveys everything I need it to convey, right? That I can kind of show that this person is happy, sad. I can make a lot of different emotions just by adding a couple of lines to the shapes that I have here. And so this is one of the methods that I often use just to draw people. And another thing that's valuable about this method is, let's say the person's running. Well, what happens to the body shape when the person's running? It actually gets turned on its side. We're going to put the head forward a little bit. This person's going to be exerting, so the nose is forward. They're like breathing a little bit heavy. And then this arm is going to be coming up and forward. The other arm is going to be coming back and down. This leg is going to be coming up like this. The other leg's coming back. And now we sort of get that impression that this person's moving fairly quickly. And one of the things that works about this is with that box as the body, the place where the shoulders and legs come from are always the corners of that box, right? That there are those four corners there that can spring from. So a couple of other examples and thoughts as you start to work this way. I like to be able to do sketchnoting very quickly. And that's partly because I'm trying to understand what's going on and I want to remember what's going on, right? The act of drawing kind of helps me remember what I'm seeing. And so a lot of times we use this Egyptian perspective where you can kind of see elements on the front of the face, but we've put the body sort of at a sideways perspective. But you sort of think about that flattening out the perspective, not trying to get all fancy and think about like, well, where's the light shining on that object and how do we do the shadow, and the shadow gets cast over here. And now we just trying to think simply. So with that concept of thinking simply, we've got like a person at a desk here. Well, I don't need to show a lot of perspective to show that this person is working at a desk, right? I can probably just do 3 lines here to indicate that this person is at a desk, right? So there they are at the desk, and I want to show that they're working on a keyboard. So let's do one more line for the keyboard, and I'll add a screen. So I can go like this to show, all right, this person is working at a desk, there's a screen. Let's remember our coffee cup. Let's put another coffee cup on that table. Boom, looking pretty good. Now, let's say that I needed to move the coffee cup over and show what's on that screen, that there was something important that I wanted people to see about that. Well, it's not terribly difficult. I'll go to my Egyptian perspective again and show the screen at an angle. And this way I can kind of, show our audience, like, this is what's happening on this screen right here. And it's important because, now I've put, here's another trick, by the way. If you want to make something look like a screen, put a box inside a box. All of a sudden, it reads screen to your eyeball, right? And now, we can talk about, right, this person's talking about this map, and over here's the lake, and they want to get here, and the path is going to take them all the way over here. Now I'm starting to add a couple of these details to make this interesting image a little more interesting, but still trying to keep it simple as far as the way I think about it. So a couple of other tips as we go through this. Another thing that comes along with time is you start to build your library of frequently used icons. So think about the things in your world that you have to draw frequently, things that are pretty regular, right? That if I'm an educator, I probably am drawing pencils. I've got papers. I've got equations. Whatever it is the presentation is about, you can kind of think about those elements and then just start to draw them very quickly. There's another nice little tip here where if you have a gray marker and use that gray marker, that's also a nice way to kind of just add a little dimensionality to your drawings. It's one of the things that separates people who do this a lot from people who don't do it as often, is having that secondary color is nice to just sort of add a little emphasis, add a little shadow, add a little bit of intrigue to what you're sharing. So in going through what we've got here, a document, mobile phone, email, chat, agreement, inquiry, this is our release of this project. This is the update of this product, approval, rejection, improvement, and then editing. The reason I put editing at the end here is once you get a knack for this, you start to combine these ideas, right? The editing is basically the document, and then I've added just, I've added a pencil to the side of the document. So it starts to make a little more sense in that regard. The fifth tip that I wanted to share is label everything that you draw. That way, even if your drawings aren't necessarily realistic, you'll be able to remember it. And the nice thing is the words next to the image, no matter who looks at it, they'll be able to put one and one together and realize, oh, this is a this, right? So having the word next to the drawing, a lot of times when I teach visual thinking and teach people to start this, they say, look at all these drawings and there's no words. And everyone's, like when you start, you're not necessarily very good at it. And so it's like, oh, what is that? Put the word under it and it solves the problem. So you're able to kind of give your audience an ability to understand it in two ways. Another big part of sketchnoting is lettering. And lettering is about being able to just make, write in a way that makes sense, that's fairly legible. One of the reasons that I'm able to share my slides as a giant drawing with a bunch of my marks on it and no fonts or pre-made documents is that I've been doing this for a little while. But one of the things that I think in the back of my head whenever I'm lettering is that there's this underlying grid for almost all of the block letters that I would use. So I recommend using block letters, writing in all caps because it's easier for people to see. And the other thing that's nice about all caps is, right, if you're using mixed case, right, you've got these J's and these G's and these other letters that kind of go below the line and some go above the line. All caps are all predictable sizes and shapes. And so when I think about lettering in this manner, right, that if I just go lettering L, E, T, T, E, this is really exciting, R, I, N, G. I've kind of got those ideas in the back of my head when I'm lettering without these guides. One little note here, if you're going to do an M or a W, they're just a little bit wider, right? That those take up a little bit more space. But most of your letters are a fairly predictable size and shape. So just kind of thinking about that as you're starting to do lettering. The other thing that I'm often doing is I'm capturing ideas and people are talking in real time and it's really fast and I'm trying to draw, is I don't always realize immediately what's important and what's not important. So a lot of times as I start to hear they talk about something that I'd already heard, I'll go back and do things to designate something as a title, right, to show that this kind of stands out. So in showing titles, right, one of the things that's important is showing, all right, this is a banner. So I'll just draw a couple of lines quickly around the outside, start with a box, and then I do this little line that's a little ways in from the left and right edges, a connecting line, go around that, and now it feels more important because I put a banner around it, right? That this makes it stand out. Another way to do that is just a simple box with a shadow on one edge, right? Put a box around that word, put the shadow on one edge so it starts to stand out a little bit. The cloud, as I mentioned before, this is another way that you can, quickly draw attention to a particular element. Often when we're doing this in real time with people on whiteboards or on big sheets of paper, I've got one colored marker that I can use to quickly, draw some of that detailed information that I want to share. Putting a wavy line underneath the thing that you're talking about, that's another way to kind of quickly draw attention to it, get people to pay attention to it. The double line is a really nice one. A lot of great sketchnoters, Mike Rode and some of these other people who have done this for a very long time would recommend kind of doubling up the text in a way that just makes it feel a little more, right, that there's sort of a nice effect there by just making a couple double lines in a way that adds some sort of weight to it, right? Feels a little more important. The other thing that I've done here is that I've added the shadow. And one of the ways that I think about shadowing is if you just imagine like you're shining a little flashlight on one side of this. And so which way is the shadow being cast? right? That's sort of the way I think about adding this little shading on one edge of it, the little shadow. Another thing that will stand out is if you can remember how to do script. Cursive is also something that just draws people attention, right? That you can see the script there, makes people want to look at it. Outlines are also really good. We've got more of these kind of tips and tricks for ways to make words and titles stand out. So that kind of has to do with the lettering when you're capturing letters as you start to do some sketchnoting. The other thing I want to share is a couple of drawing hacks. So these are tricks that designers, illustrators, sketchnoters use to make their work look a little more appealing. And so these are just a couple of cartoonist tricks that we use to try to make things look a little more like we want it to look engaging. So how do we bring up the engagement? Well, there are lots of things that we do that just kind of trick your brain a little bit, right? The brick fence hack, I've only drawn about 7 lines on this fence, but it reads as a brick fence. Your brain is putting together all the space between the one side of the fence and the other, right? So you can kind of see that there's this big chasm in between these two parts of the fence, but your brain is sort of gluing those things together. Directional lines, right? So you've got an object here where you're trying to show that there's some dimensionality. Well, think about what direction those lines are going, right? On this one, the lines are going this way. So that's just another kind of way to help give things a little texture, spruce up your drawings a little bit to make them kind of cool. The cookie cracker hacker. So here, I'm doing slightly different things to each of these round shapes in order to show that we've got maybe a Ritz cracker, a chocolate chip cookie, or a sugar cookie. And the slightly different treatment of each of those little textures gives your brain the clue that, oh, I can recognize this as one or the other or the other. So a couple of other little hacks. We've got Nessie here, the water hack, right? Doing a couple of these lines around the object to make it appear that it's coming out of the water. The magnet hack, showing these directional lines, showing that there's some attraction coming to the magnet. That's kind of a cool way to do it. The apple pie hack, just it's the same thing we did with the coffee, right? But trying to show that something is hot by adding some of those lines and getting people to think, ooh, I want to take a bite of that. So in moving on to some final thoughts. So hopefully what this has been a demonstration of for you has been the fact that the act of drawing creates engagement, right? That as you draw on something, it just kind of makes your eye want to look at it. So the fact that I'm drawing in real time and presenting while I'm drawing, hopefully that gives you a sense of like, oh, this is fun, this is engaging, I want to look at this. And that's obviously something that we're always competing for when it comes to young learners. This is particularly true for remote learning, right? That if you have remote teaching and learning going on and you're trying to get people to really buy in, then it's important to think about like, what is their experience, right? What does it look like for them as they're experiencing this? So doing this in real time is not as difficult as it once was. So the on-ramp to working this way is actually fairly quick and fairly affordable. And so you think about, right, just using paper and an overhead is one way to do it. You can make an overhead camera super cheap by just taking your iPhone and getting a little arm for it and plugging it in. So that's one way you can just show yourself drawing on paper. But I've also recently acquired the Wacom One. This thing is marvelous. This is a great little tool. And my son is using it most of the time because he likes it for his math. Because he enjoys being able to kind of draw out his math answers and he's tired of having to scan his math pages in and send them as a PDF in his remote work. So just like having these tools really helps in being able to create engagement for your learners. A couple of other thoughts, right? Even if you're working in PowerPoint, which a lot of us have to use PowerPoint. That's how a lot of the business world runs. You can enable pens in PowerPoint that would allow you to use your Wacom tablet, and that way you can draw directly on the images that you're presenting. And just the way I am right here, it just builds up a little bit of interest, right? That you can just kind of see, even if you're doodling, people start to say, "Oh, those doodles are kind of nice. What's he drawing? What is he putting together there?" So a couple of other things that I think are really valuable. Shared workspaces also create engagement. Mural is a company, I think it's mural.co, where you can put a bunch of stickies up on the page, you can draw on it, and you can get multiple people involved at the same time. Another thing for remote engagement is use your breakout rooms. Get people to break out and get them to kind of engage in that way. So a couple of final thoughts here in your next meeting. No matter what it is, no matter who you're talking to, just start drawing. Have a pen and paper ready. Like if you can get like a Wacom tablet, like take some visual notes, you'll see that all of a sudden you will remember the things that you've taken notes with a little bit longer. Your drawings will actually help you more than immaculately written notes where you're capturing every word. Try to capture the concepts and think if you can capture those concepts visually. It's going to help sort of improve your memory of the things that you learned. So hopefully I've inspired some people today. Hopefully this has been fun. Just in closing, I'm Tim. My organization is explain.com. You can find me on LinkedIn. You can find me on Insta. You can find me on Twitter @FreshBeast. I've had a lot of fun presenting this today. Hopefully it was valuable for you. And I really appreciate the time. Thank you. And I'll catch you later.
What is up? Hey, what's up? Whoa, how'd I come so hot? Hey, I'm gonna yell at you. Okay, so today I wanna talk to you about how to optimize student engagement via video, okay? It is going to be something that not only, like, yes, you're creating video for your students, whether it's going to YouTube, it's going directly to your students, if it's going in a file that only your students see. These are tips and tricks and templates that could help you engage your learners longer and at a deeper level. So we're gonna talk about that, and I'm gonna give you some examples, but first I wanna tell you a little bit about who I am so that you don't think I'm just some dude who like, hey, I watched a cat video on YouTube, so I'm gonna tell you how to use YouTube as an educator. So I've been on YouTube for 13 years. I had my own channel, and then I created an education channel. I did it as a resource to help my students outside of class time, and I think it has a ton of positive features that if you leverage it correctly could engage your learners and help them in the long run. Now, I'm currently dean of college. I've been a high school math teacher. I've been a principal of a school that has digital, in-person, and blended learning back in like 2013. So it was like doing 2020 before 2020 was a thing, before 2020 was required. And then I also have been at central office, been director of curriculum instruction, and now I'm with the college, and I love it, and I love our students, and we are actually virtual right now. And so these are tips that I've learned through being a principal, an educator, and just being a YouTube educator for over a decade, almost a decade and a half. Wow. Isn't it weird when you start saying things in decades as a person? So I don't say all that to be like, hey, look what I've done. I'm doing it so that you don't think I'm just some like 11th grader running for student council vice president, and you can hopefully resonate with one of the roles I've had and know that I have made many failures in the world of creating video for students. And I'm actually in the process of finishing my doctorate. My dissertation focus is on how to engage learners in online educational videos. So a ton of what I'm gonna talk to you about, the whole template I created is based off of all these different like 60 plus research studies that I've looked at so far and what I think is the best opportunity to engage your students. Now, is there any template that you can be like, oh, I'm just gonna do bam, 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 and bam. All my students will pay attention and watch every single minute and they're gonna learn everything. No, nothing you can do in any type of teaching, and you know this, is gonna apply to 100% of your students. That's why we personalize and we differentiate and we learn our students and we try to adapt to as many as we can. So all the stuff I want to give you hopefully can help you in your classroom. This is just a couple slides that I toss into everything I do. I think it is very helpful for educators to have resources for students that they can just click and go to instead of being like, we'll just go find it. So here are these, I've got these linked on my Instagram bio, my TikTok bio. Just click on that. I've got copies you can have, copy, paste, edit, all that, okay? I'm not trying to pitch that. I'm just letting you know this is super helpful and it helps you tone down the amount of emails you get. Everything you do with that or with creating video can be a filter to run some students through to where they might not need to reach out individually and use your time because we all have a very finite amount of time, okay? So let's get into it. We're optimizing student engagement via video, okay? Now I'm gonna talk about YouTube a lot because I think it is pretty much the most accessible platform for students. It's honestly one of the greatest educational tools in the history of mankind, because anybody can be a teacher and upload it and watch it and learn it. So if we can leverage that and pick out our videos and even create videos that help our students connect with us, then we're gonna see more success in the classroom than if we didn't, okay? So first off, why should you create your own videos? Let's say you're hesitant. You're like, Tyler, I just don't wanna be on camera. I get that. Like, you're not the only one. You think I like being on camera? If I watch videos from me from a few years ago, I mean, I watch one. I don't even watch like I watch my videos now. But if I watch videos from 3, 5, 10, 12 years ago, it is cringe worthy. That is normal. You just have to kind of get over yourself. Stop worrying so much about the YouTube comments or what people might say. You have to think, I need to make videos because I want to help young people. I want to help people learn either in my school or around the world. And you never know what's going to resonate with them and what's going to connect. You might be the teacher that some student, 5 states over or in another country, half around the world, that they connect with and that they want to learn from. You could be that teacher for them. Now, that's if you put it on YouTube. For those of you that are like anti-public video thing, I get that. That's fine. I'm still applying this to you because you can go into your LMS, like I know Google Classroom. It's got a little button on there where you can click it, record the video. Hey, what's up guys? How's it going? Record it and then upload it directly into Classroom and only your class sees it. It stays a private Google Drive file. So you should make videos for your students. If you are virtual, you have to, or you are doing them a disservice. If you're blended, you need to. And if you're in person, you should, okay? And that's what research says, okay? Why should you make videos? Number one, students like them. Have you ever been in your class and you hit play on the TV or on the smart board or Promethean board, or whatever you're using? If you hit play on there on a video, the tone goes, it's like they get quiet. Now, they might start talking again once they realize they're not interested, but for that few seconds, you have their attention. It is a great fluctuation in your classroom to kind of re-trigger their brain to look at, okay, what's on the TV? What's the shiny new toy? You can do something and then you turn it off and you start teaching again. Students like videos. Now, they don't like every video. It's like the idea of like, if I give my students a Chromebook, they're going to love it because they love technology. They love what they can do with that tool. They love the types of videos if you pick the right ones to resonate with them, okay? And we're going to talk about that. Number two, research says it helps them. There are research studies out there that the researchers tell us and their analysis that through the research that they're doing, students who have access to their teachers' videos, just record the lesson you're already teaching and make it available. Students find that extremely helpful when they're reviewing for an end of semester exam, final exam. They can go in and review that and use it as like a refresher. I had a young lady, she did really well on her AP US History exam. She made a 5, it's great. She told us that 90% of what she had learned through watching Crash Course YouTube videos. You could be that Crash Course video. Crash Course is a YouTube channel. You could be that video that your students learn from or other students around the world learn from. By the way, I haven't even told you, I got a YouTube account. If you want to check me out, like, subscribe, Tarver Academy, if you want to check it out. Somebody throw the link. First person throw the link in the chat, you win a new yacht. We give away yachts here. I'm just kidding, but maybe. 3, it helps them connect with you. If you're virtual, too often we go all business mode. It's like, do this, do this, do this. Do this, do this, do this. You have a natural built-in community with your students whenever you're teaching in person, because you're there, you're talking to them, you're chatting with them as they walk in, you're having side conversations, you learn about them from what they're doodling or what that's on the book that's on their desk. My first year teaching, every kid that was walking by was walking by with one of them Twilight books. I probably have one on my shelf. Twilight books. And I was like, wow, that's really popular. So I read it. It was a chance for me to connect with my students on something they were interested in. That community happens naturally in person. If you're blended, virtual, hybrid, anything like that, you need to be creating stuff for your students, connect with you in a community. If you're just sending them off to other videos, they're not connecting with you. They're connected with somebody else on YouTube. But these young people, they genuinely connect with people through YouTube. Ask them who their favorite vlogger is. Ask them how they feel about them. They love them. They feel like they're their best friend even though they've never met them. You can use technology, you can use video to strengthen that bond you have with your students to where you build rapport, build connection, and they want to learn from you because they know you and you know them through video. It happens, I promise. And you're thinking to yourself, well, Tyler, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the guy making videos, putting them on out there. You can't make me. First off, stop being so aggressive, okay? Okay, I'm not forcing you. I'm not your boss, okay? I'm not your boss. You can make whatever you want or not make whatever you want. If you don't want to make them, if you're dead set against it, start having your students create the videos. Have a student a day create a 1 minute or less video where they tell a little bit about themselves and ask a question for everybody else to discuss. You know, they can just record on their phone. Hey, what's up, everybody? My name's Tyler, and I'm in third period biology, and I love learning about, what is it, photosynthesis or nucleus or whatever. I wasn't a science teacher, as you can tell. Nucleus, and it's just incredible to me. My question to everybody is, what is your favorite pizza place to eat at? Mine is Blaze Pizza because I like putting broccoli on my pizza. Tell me in the chat your favorite. That is a small opportunity for them to connect and grow. It's even better when you have the students actually teach a lesson on here. I had my students do it, and YouTube was not something like everybody uploaded to. So I had students that would create those and send them to me on like a DVD, and we would watch like 5-minute clips of them teaching a math concept in my class. True story. I'm not lying. Not making this up. I promise. It is a great way for them to connect with each other, and then you connect with them. And also, how much more do you learn whenever you are the one teaching it versus the one hearing it? So, sweet. This is the theoretical framework that I'm using for my dissertation, and I think it's something that we as educators should think of whenever we're presenting any type of digital multimedia content to our students, okay? This is the cognitive theory of multimedia learning, and I've got a picture there at the bottom, okay? We want to get to that circle. It's that perfect combination of what you see, what you hear, and then connecting that to the previous knowledge, images, different types of ways of tying in seeing and hearing. Because that's how we learn. We see it, either we read it or we watch it. We hear it, either we listen to it or we watch it and hear the audio from it. All of that, or we're watching you in person. That's audio. We're visual. We're seeing you. It's the tie-in of all the things that help it stick and stay in our memory and start connecting it, okay? So if you get a chance, look this up, or whenever I get done with the dissertation, you can just read it. I'll summarize it for you. So save you some time. So check that out. That's what we're thinking. What, in all these videos, think of, what can I do? What is the greatest video I can make with the tools and the experience I have and the comfort level I have that reaches my students visually and auditorially. Wow, my brain literally has turned that word into mush. What is the word in the chat? What is the word when you hear a word and it stops becoming the meaning of the word, it just becomes the word to you? There's a word for that. I've said word a lot. We want to meet the visual and audio tie-ins at the peak of what we're capable of as educators when we're creating videos or having our students create videos. So let's keep that in mind as we go through some of these examples. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to show you some video styles and give you some examples. So here's one of my earliest videos. It was very basic. I stuck a Sony camera I bought at Best Buy up. This was, I think, in the summer. I got done setting up my room, and I was like, you know what? I'll record a couple basic videos. I'm wearing a hat backwards, okay? It's okay to judge me. It's a Hurley hat. Wearing it backwards. It was 2008. It was a weird time for everything, okay? And as you can tell from the graphics, I made this on iMovie, which is a free program that Apple offers. So all I did was I did a 5-minute video on this. This video currently, combined between my two channels, has over, I think it's over 2 million views now. This one video on one of my channels has 1.9 million views. That means I've had the chance, now granted I didn't help all those students, but I've helped, I think it's like 40,000 plus likes, so at least they liked it enough to hit the like button. That's a huge amount of students I would not have gotten the chance to help if I had not put it out there. All I did was I set up a camera and I taught what I normally teach for 5 minutes, recorded it, and then uploaded it to YouTube. And then the algorithm helped it for a while. It did really well for a while. So the pros of doing this is it's easy and it feels comfortable for students. You're getting the chance to do graphics on the board while they see your face. In research, I'm finding that it means something to the students when there's a human being there. We're going to show some other examples where there's not. I call it the Wizard of Oz, the man behind the curtain. But it helps when they see you. This is the easiest, most basic way to do that. Literally, now, since then, phones have come a long way. I think the iPhone 1 was where we were when I made this video. But now you can do this with your phone. You buy a $5 tripod or just prop up books is what I used to do. Prop up books, set up your phone, and just record you teaching on your screen. You're making a resource for your students and maybe students all around the world or teachers that are trying to relearn this before they teach it. It is easy. It's comfortable to most of us. It is a chance for you to make and you could record whole lessons. I've got several up here. I've got the whole course of geometry that I recorded as I taught it 10, 12, 13 years ago. And now anybody can access the full lesson, including my current students or my students I had then. So record what you're doing, easiest way possible. Just use your phone, okay? If you got a decent phone. If you got like a Razr flip phone, don't do it. Does anybody remember their first phone they ever had? Throw it in the chat. I want to hear the first phone you ever had. Let me hear it, okay? So that's the example. Really easy. It's comfortable. It's great for shorter topic videos. Highly recommend it there. Okay. You can also put these into Google Forms. I've got links in here. If you've jumped in and grabbed this, I threw you a link at the beginning. I should have recognized. I think it's tarveracademy.com/video. If you want this, Tarver Academy, TARVER Academy.com/video. I've got links to all this whole presentation. So you could go in and you could click on this and get these templates. You can make those short 5 to 10 minute videos and you can insert them into a multi-page Google form directly in there. Because guess what? Google owns Google Forms. Google owns YouTube. They want them to work together. So you could easily record those, put them in there, and now you've essentially given yourself a co-teacher. You could have, hey everybody, and this is in person. Hey everybody, in Google Classroom, I tossed a Google form. You're gonna work through it at your own pace. Put your headphones in. I'll walk around and help anybody that needs help. You now have a co-teacher that is you. You could be then there teaching a concept for 5 minutes, and then they answer a question. And then you teach another concept for 5 minutes, answer a question, concept, question. And then you're walking around the room. You're helping students. You're looking at them. You're asking them questions. You're having them walk you through it. It is a great way to expand your classroom, essentially hiring a free teacher to help teach with you, which is yourself, because you know you are the smartest teacher in the building. Okay, in the building, in the world is the correct answer. So you can embed them directly in Google Forms, and it's super easy to do. The next one, a lot of you guys have probably seen that. This is actually one of my videos. Khan Academy does this as well. You can use a plethora of online platforms to do this. I did this one back, I guess it was when I was a principal, so it was 7 or 8 years ago. I would have students that I didn't even teach. Some that I taught, but some I would just open it up to anybody on my YouTube videos. I said, hey, I want to help you with math. I was like, screenshot or take a picture of a problem you're having trouble with. Tweet it to me. Remember Twitter? Tweet it to me. And I'm on Twitter, by the way. Tyler Tarver. What's up? Holla at your boy. Tweet it to me. Always plug. Always shout out. Tweet that to me, and then I'll upload and try to work the problem for you. So random students would send me pictures or screenshots of their problems. And I would sit there and I would pull it into an app called Explain Everything, which works well with any device, Wacom tablets, all of that. You can use that and you can write over it. You could do this in your PJs. I've helped people with like this, put them out there, upload it to YouTube and send them the link. And then anybody can get help with it from here on out. So it's a great way to address individual problems very easily. I mean, the workflow is super easy, and I think that I have that as a pro. It's very easy to do. However, it is the least engaging of all of them. It's like you want to use the graphic side of it, and you also want to use the human side of it, and it's like you're choosing one. Whereas in the first video, it was actually both, right? You're seeing the drawings and the diagrams, and you see me. You have a face to who's talking to you. I have expressions, body language, all of that. It'd be the difference if you're just listening to me talk right now versus see me talking, use my hands, and seeing the photos. You have the opportunity here to just do it easier. If you just need to get it done, go for it. I recommend this for any say you're teaching math or art or anything to where you could bring in a photo and talk over it and give them examples. This is a very, very easy way to give tutorials on specific problems that students miss. So like, say your workflow in Google Forms is that if a student misses the problem, you want to send them feedback immediately, which you can do in Google Forms. You want to send them the feedback. You can actually have that YouTube video to where it's automatically embedded and emails it to the student when they get it wrong. And so you can have their assignment, hey, work through the problem with me, write out what you did wrong, and then let me know where you messed up and how you'll learn from it. The opportunities are endless. Obviously, you have to engage your students. You have to get them to want to do it. But if you need to get quick videos, you can get an app, you can get a tablet, you can get the Wacom attachment and stick it on your Chromebook or your PC or your Mac, and you could work through it super easy with this. So it's a very simple way to get those videos. Okay, a great online whiteboard tool, and there's a screenshot from it, is Jamboard. I've got a longer tutorial on Jamboard if you want it. You just click that link. Remember, tarveracademy.com/video. And why did I do my head like /video? It's like Ace Ventura. Alrighty then. So I'm so sorry. I watch a lot of movies. Whenever you're in Jamboard, it's jamboard.google.com. And it is a free program if your school uses Google, to where you can just go in and you can work through all this stuff and you do it essentially like a whiteboard. You can use markers, you can use pens, you can write on it, you can import photos, you can have those little post-it notes I've created. That's in Jamboard. All this stuff is super easy to use, and it's free if you're using Google, if you have a Google school. So that's Jamboard. I just want to let you guys know, if you've heard about it, it's a great program, especially if you're doing the walkthrough and the writing stuff. Now, you would need to record your screen or do it live on YouTube if you're going to. So it's like you could do screen record with your phone or your iPad and work through Jamboard, or the Wacom tablet if you've got that on a device, or you can do, what's the other one? StreamYard. And then you could just project your screen and just use your tablet or your Wacom to do that. So those are the options there. Here's another one. I just call this traditional lecture style. This is me. I set up, actually use my camera, but you could use your phone, get some decent lighting, and you're just filming yourself talking. It's essentially like what I'm doing right now, except for you have the graphics and the pictures, but it's what you do in a classroom if you're not writing anything on the board. You're just talking to students. You're showing them your hands. You're talking. You're doing this, whatever. That's all you're doing here. It's super easy to do, and you can upload it, literally record it on your phone, upload it straight into YouTube or Classroom or Vimeo or whatever you're uploading your video to. You can upload it immediately from there. So it's like super easy. I would recommend this user tip. I try not to record like videos that are longer than like 20 or 30 or 40 minutes directly from my phone, because storage is always an issue with phones. So what I recommend is I stream it. So it's like I don't have to worry about the storage because I'm streaming it live on either YouTube Live or through StreamYard, StreamYard, StreamYard.com. They've got a free option there. I highly recommend. I'm not paid by StreamYard, so there you go. It's just it's a good website. Those I'll just run live, let YouTube handle the storage, saves it for me, and then I just shoot the link out whenever I'm done. It's very easy to do. It's simpler. It's actually easier to do than the other one because you're just talking. You're saying the stuff that you know, and you're just like if you're standing in front of your class, and you can talk directly to the audience. Now, here's one piece of advice I have for you. When you're talking to them, do not look at yourself on the camera. So like if you're looking at me right now, I'm not looking at you. I'm talking and I'm blah, blah, blah. I'm looking off. That's me looking at myself. You want to look at the camera. You want to talk to them. You want to look directly at them. Because what am I doing right now? If you're looking at me, who does it look like I'm talking to? You. I am having a direct conversation with you. My eyes are facing your eyes. Even though this is, I'm miles away, I'm still talking directly to you. I can't see you, but it looks, for your perspective, I'm talking to you. So, as you do all of the stuff you're doing for your students, and you're recording, you always look directly at the camera. It's like a Zoom call. Have you ever done a Zoom call or a Google Meet where they're just like, nobody ever looks directly at you, and then there's those people that look directly at you? It's because they're looking at the camera. Look at the camera. That's just the user tip, okay? Next one, I've used this before. I've got a ton of resources here if you want them. They're on my website, tarveracademy.com. I've got free bell ringers. So I did a quote of the day bell ringers, and I did throw in some edit on this, but really it's just me talking. I have the text of the quote, and the idea is that your students can get their conversation started every day doing a daily interactive, easy discussion, personal application question, okay? So I used to do math bell ringers, and I would use old released ACT Aspire questions. That's great because we're learning math, but also during the bell ringer time, I'm trying to take roll. I'm handing out papers to kids that missed the day before. I'm doing all my admin stuff. I'm emailing the secretary saying, hey, so-and-so missed, whatever. Students, if they hit a snag when they're doing that math problem, then they're stuck. They can't move on. They're either like asking somebody else or they have to ask me, and then I have to stop what I'm doing to help them. So what I always recommend for bell ringers is you can either have this, there's 180 of these, it can every day your whole school year. I've got templates, notebooks with it. I've got more bell ringer resources than you ever need. And you can have those for free, tarveracademy.com. Or you can create your own very simply like this. You don't have to do the edits I did. You can make a daily discussion question. It's a great, I call them community connection questions. You're talking about something that they can either learn about or grow from, and then it's easy for them to answer because they don't hit a snag when they don't know how to do quadratic formula. They can literally just go, oh, here's a quote, or here's a thought. I'm going to give my opinion on it. With our opinions, yeah, there's people's opinions who are more correct than others, but when you're giving your opinion, it's not really wrong, it's still your opinion. And so it's a great discussion conversation starter. And what that does is that helps get the conversation started when you start doing class. So in person, online, hybrid, I highly recommend you have a 1 to 2 minute daily community connection video where they either learn or they're just answering questions about like, what's your favorite, TV show right now? What's your favorite movie of all time? What's your favorite sport? Whatever it is, to start the conversation, the students feel comfortable talking and they're also connecting with you and each other through this. So if you want that resource, you can have it, tarveracademy.com. Just click at the links at the top, bell ringers, or hit me up on whatever social media platform you want, and I'll give it to you. Okay, sweet. So let's keep rolling. You can also do math for bell ringers. I did this to like, what resource would I want as an educator if I was still teaching math every day to high school students? I would want this, where there's somebody in 5 minutes or less that works through a problem with my students. Therefore, I am freed up and I have someone else teaching and walking them through it. So it's a great resource. You can create your own. Shoot me your YouTube link. I want to subscribe to your YouTube as you create your own stuff. If you do, no pressure. Got to follow your heart here. Okay. Another one, and this is actually one that's super popular, and we don't think of it as an educational tool because it has become so, is prolific the word? It's become so prominent in the world. This is myself and my friend Neil. We had a podcast called Explain Everything with Tyler and Neil. He made me put my name first. It should have been him first. He's way better. So with this, we would just do a podcast where we'd spend anywhere from 15 minutes to an hour explaining something. And we go through the topic, we talk through it. This is a really cool thing you can start using for your students. And yes, you can find other people doing it, but this is super easy to do. Record with your phone, you can live stream, you could just do audio. There's a free podcast app called Anchor that I recommend. You could do it just audio and send it out to your students. Think through how this would feel engagement-wise for students if you and another teacher were literally like say you teach history and there's another history teacher and you two are sitting there and you're talking through context, stories, all of that from the American Revolution and what Paul Revere felt whenever he was riding through town announcing that the British are coming. Whenever you were doing that and you're having that conversation, it's almost like someone is sitting in the room, your students are sitting in the room having a conversation with two friends about something they like. It's not a 45-minute lecture, a monologue by one teacher. It is a chance for them to hear a conversation where there's context and opinions and thoughts and this overlap. And it's like every time a new person talks, it's like a little reset in your brain. Think of the podcasts you listen to. Why do you listen to those podcasts? Because it feels like you're their friend and you're chilling on the couch where your buddies are talking about whatever. That's why we like them. So you could start incorporating these more into your classroom, into your teaching, into your learning of your class with your students. Also, you can have students do it. They can create podcasts, interview people, bring that in and add it as an actual learning material. In our brains as teachers, we think it only counts as a learning material if we say it standing up in front of the class. How often can students teach each other? How often did you, as a student in college, work with other students and you guys taught each other and worked through different things? You can do that. That's a great way to learn and grow. You can also do it. When I was a principal, I would bring students in to my office and we would do the daily announcements. This was a community connection. It was a back and forth conversation. We could feed off each other's energy and talk. And it was just a fun way for me to get to know these students, but also other students to get to know them. So it's another way you can interact and do that on a very easy basis. And look at the quality of this. It's not great quality. Students didn't care. Not one student ever complained and said, it's too blurry. Where's my 1080p? Can you not get it in 4K? No kid ever said that. They don't care. They watch TikToks and Instagrams and Snapchats all day that are filmed from terrible angles and like in the dark and weird places. Like, they don't care, okay? They just want to hear, what is the story? What are they saying? And why do I care, okay? Next, this is online focused, vertical with text. So I like to think of this as like, I'm making this for the internet. So like right now, this video is similar to this because I'm sitting here talking to the camera, so you see me, and then I've got text, I've got GIFs, I've got video clips, I've got slides. Like you're seeing this slide. You have a video of me, you have a slide, and then you have a video within the slide. Inception. You have all that right here on this one video. Okay, so this is a great tool. If you know you're making this for online, or you know you're making this for your students, this is a very good way to incorporate both of the things that are important: the audio, the visual, the human interaction, the text and photo, all of that. I edited this in Final Cut Pro. If you've ever edited, let me know in the chat. Have you ever edited with an editing program? iMovie, what is the free one that Apple does? It's like, they only do the boxes. My 7-year-old daughter created videos, clips. She would create videos with clips. iMovie, all of that you can do through this. And there's a ton of other programs you can use. I recommend, if you're not comfortable editing, just use StreamYard. 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 Yard. Okay? Here's another example. Here's some screen recording apps that can record your screen. I didn't put StreamYard on here, but I did this one. So I'll tell you everything I used for this example video. So I used my camera that I'm using right now. I just turned the camera this way to record vertically so I could get that like Instagram story view. That way I can move myself over to the side, and it gives room for me to put this in there. I edited this in Final Cut Pro. Once you get your template, I'm really just dragging and dropping. It only took me like maybe 10, 15 minutes to edit this video. Didn't even rewatch it. I don't rewatch it. And there I am. I used the Wacom tablet to go in and write on Jamboard. So like if you go through here, you can see me writing using the tablet, writing right on top of it. See how it zooms in whenever I actually click on the text? You can use these programs and these screen records, and you can stream live. You can do all this. You just got to figure out which app am I comfortable with. There's no correct answer. I gave you guys 5 options here to write online and upload and record and all of that directly from here. Okay, because there's no one size fits all. Just like with your students, there's multiple ways to get to an answer a lot of times. There's multiple contexts to any historical event. This is multiple options for you. I say play with them. If you like it, lean into it. Ask fellow teachers who are already doing it. See what they like, because if they're collaborating with you occasionally, then that's an opportunity for you guys to just help each other edit or ask each other questions, troubleshoot. Find out what your colleagues are using and the people you can communicate and connect with frequently. So that's a great one. You can also connect with teachers via laptops. I did this one. I just did a screen record. And I recorded this in my trainer application. I did, no, this is through AutoCAD. If you're not using AutoCAD, you should. So you can use Screencastify, Loom, Canva. They're all super easy to use. And a lot of districts are buying like full licenses for people. Screencastify, I think, has like a 5-minute limit. You can show just your screen, you can show just your face, or you can show both. 5-minute limit for Screencastify on the free one. Loom is 15 minutes. And then Canva, guys, I love Canva. bit.ly/Tarver Canva. Get Canva. It's free to educators. It is incredible. I've got the link in here. You should check it out. It's awesome. These are ways that you can record your screen and publish it out to the world. Okay, here's another one, online focus. This is what you're watching right now. This is what you're seeing right now. I recorded, my friend Leanne and I, we did a session for a conference I did last summer, a virtual conference, and we recorded ourselves on a camera, and then I recorded my screen, and so I had the presentation going, pre-recorded, I edited, I have more options. It looks a little bit better than like a StreamYard or like anything that's streaming live, but it's not hard to do if you know how to edit a little bit, and I can add, look at all this stuff I got to add in. It's a really cool way to be interactive with your students or fellow teachers. So, great choice. Why am I singing? I'm not really what you call the singing type. This is Crash Course. They do extremely high quality videos. It's scripted stuff. It is, they script it. They have writers. They've got editors. They bring stuff in. They've got a set, green screen. They have video, photo. This is kind of like the pinnacle for online learning videos. This is what you watch on the History Channel for fun, not because you have to learn it. So if you can figure out, if you learn to edit, if you do a little bit of preparation, yes, it takes more time, but more people want to watch it. You're hitting them with prior knowledge. Here's a photo of something you learned last week. You're talking to them. You see a face. You're clipping in between like a movie clips. Watch every movie ever. Within 3 to 4 seconds, they clip over to a new camera angle. Seriously, count. 3 to 4 seconds, they clip to a new angle. That's because it keeps your attention. It's like a brain reset. Watch them. I bet you they don't have any clip that lasts over 4 seconds. Still hasn't yet. That's their intro, so of course it doesn't. But watch him start talking. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, boom, transition. Photo, text, voiceover. It's all of the above. Again, this is once you really get comfortable, okay? Don't think you have to jump into this. But when you're looking for videos, say you're not creating, and you're finding videos on YouTube, I would highly, highly recommend you go in and find videos like this that connect with your students on every audio, visual, previous knowledge level, okay? Cool. All right, I think the next one's, okay. So this is a video I made. Just watch the beginning of this video. It starts off with me. It looks like I'm about to hit a computer with a baseball bat. I go in and it clips it. And then I start talking, okay? I've included clips. I did like Crash Course did where I included all those clips. But then what I did was I did what's called dual narrative storytelling. So it's like there's these 2 layers of a story happening during this video. At the beginning of the video, you see me about to hit a computer. And then I'm leading up, I'm practicing, I go do some practice swings, come up, and then at the end, I hit the computer. That's one story of me hitting a computer with a baseball bat. There's another story along the other, like the whole way I'm talking about how students can be successful in remote learning, online learning, virtual learning, blended learning, all of that. How students can be successful in online learning. And I'm giving them tools for that. That is the other story. If when you're telling a story, you can add 2 different levels of storytelling, you are going to see deeper engagement because if they don't care about remote learning, even if it's a fun, engaging video, why do they want to watch it if they don't see how it applies to them? But if they want to see me hit a computer with a baseball bat, maybe I'll keep them long enough to get them through the end of the video. Another thing I'm finding in a lot of the research is that they've got the nose of your video, they've got the body, and they've got the, I don't know, the end. I'll call it the end. They call it the tail. Nose, body, tail. The nose is the first 10% of the video. So if it's a 30-second video, that's 3 seconds. If it's a 100-minute video, it's 10 minutes. If you can keep people for the first 10% of your video, your odds of keeping them through the rest of the video increase dramatically. So if you're going to put engaging stuff in your video, we always kind of want to wait till the end to put that in there. But most of the time, people don't reach to the end. I think it's like, it's on YouTube, it's over 80% of the people that click on the video don't see the end of it, 80 to 90%. Facebook, it's even less. It's like, I think like 5% see the end of the video. So don't put the best stuff at the end. Put the great stuff at the beginning. Keep them long enough to where they want to watch the rest of it, okay? So dual narrative storytelling is a great way to do that. If you want this video, it's something teachers use to show their students. Students watch it, and then they walk through and they identify different ways to make themselves more successful in remote learning. And it's a social and academic connections, and I actually have students fill it out. I've got Google Docs, PDFs. If you want that resource, take it. You can have all of it. It's free, obviously. It's obviously free. Why is it obvious? Because I said so, okay? Here's another one. This is exactly what I was talking about with StreamYard. We actually did this through StreamYard. My friend Lindsay and I did a session at a conference last year where we talked back and forth. We had that back and forth dynamic, but then also we have slideshows. We did all this through StreamYard. If you want to check it out, StreamYard.com. I've talked about it a lot. Again, I don't work for them. I don't get commission. I just highly recommend their product because it makes your life easier and you don't have to edit as much. It just builds it in. So check that out if you want to do live presentations for online focused audiences. Boom, vlog style. Okay, so here's another. This is a really fun one if you can do it. Once you get more and more comfortable editing, have you ever seen a vlog? In the chat, let me know if you've ever seen a vlog and who you saw. What was a vlogger you've seen that you liked? Vloggers, what they do is they take a camera and they hold it up and they're like, hey, what's up guys, blah, blah, blah. I don't need to do that. Okay. And they walk through and they show themselves and they show their surroundings and they talk to their audience and they'll throw in text and stuff like that. I had a layover. I was doing this thing with Apple and I had a layover in DC, obviously, because it's DC. And so what I did was I had like 5 or 6 hours. So I got a scooter and I rode around DC and I made like 5 or 6 vlog style videos where I do fun facts about different locations. This was Washington Monument. I'm sweating profusely and I'm walking around talking to rando people and I'm at the Washington Monument. I can show them this. This is an awesome visual to help people learn and to add that element. Now, granted, you might not be close to DC. You might not be close to wherever this is being, shown or done. However, if you can find people like me that have been there and they have a video you like, this is a very engaging way for learners to watch something and learn something and actually in the environment it's in. So one of the beautiful things about YouTube, it's out there in the world. There's people that do this. So if you want those, I've got vlogs of all DC, but I highly recommend you find some great YouTubers that are doing this. It'd be my dream to just travel around and do like videos teaching people in the different locations of where it happened. That would just be my dream. That would be incredible. Okay, so there you go. Check that out. That's linked in here, tarveracademy.com/video. It's got the link to this presentation and all these videos in here. Okay, so let's do a template. Say you're like, Tyler, I need a template. Give me, what is research? What are you reading in research? What is your analysis? What is your recommendation for a template for a video? The perfect video. There's no perfect video. But I say that. Have you guys ever seen the movie Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse? That'd be the perfect movie. Okay, so here's a template of what I recommend. So when you watch my videos, you see at the beginning, it pops up my logo and says, Tarver Academy, learning and having fun. That's branding. It's 5 seconds or less. It's the beginning. It helps people remember and get comfortable in recognizing your product. It's the reason when you see Nike, something with Nike, you're like, oh, I know Nike, the brand. That brand is ingrained in our brains. We either think highly of it or not highly of it. We think highly of Lululemon or Reebok or whatever company it is. We know their brand, and their brand has a feeling attached to it. You want to build up a brand of what you're creating on the internet. That way it all ties together, okay? Right after that first few seconds where you brand it, you address them as an individual. Don't say, hello, class. You want to say, hey, how are you? Are you doing okay today? Are you having a good day? Because guess what? They're probably not watching this video with a class. They're watching it by themselves. So they want to feel like you're talking to them. So look at the camera and say, how are you? Are you doing good today? Let me know in the chat. Did that not feel like I was talking to you as opposed to, hello everybody, welcome. Today we're going to learn about, how to make a perfect pizza, whatever it is. And so talk directly at the camera and say you. How are you doing? Okay, so address them as an individual. I try to say you in the first 2 sentences, at least twice. Okay? First sentence I say you, second sentence I say you. 2 times I've hit them with, I'm talking to you. This is for you. It is not an accident you're watching this video and I see you. Okay? I don't see them, that'd be creepy. Okay? Remind them of who you are and how to connect. So you want to tell them like, hey, my name's Tyler Tarver. You can check me out at Tarver Academy YouTube channel or at Tyler Tarver on any social media platform. I'd love to connect with you and learn with you and, grow with you there. Boom. You know who I am. You know a little bit about me that I'm on social media and how to connect. Number 4, community connection. Give them something about your personality. They don't want to just be like, I am a robot, Bueller. They don't want to just be like, here's quadratic formula. Joke around with them. That math video, I made a joke about how boring math is at the beginning. People get comments. I get comments all the time about that little phrase. It's a little bit of my personality. Here's one thing. I'm getting super into like cards. By the way, if you want to sell your card collection, hit me up, Tyler Tarver. But I'm getting super into cards. So I'm going to try to incorporate card stuff. And what I might tell people in the video is, hey, I just got into cards. Just got this Jordan PSA 8. Would love for it to be a 10, but I can't afford it. So I would love to know. In the chat, tell me your favorite athlete and if you have any cards that have them on it. That is a great conversation starter where there's no right or wrong. It's just tell us who your favorite athlete is, okay? After that, number 5, you want to provide clarity for the learning. In research that I'm finding, there are 2 reasons people stop watching videos online. And by far, there's multiple reasons, but it's like if this is the bar graph, these 2 reasons are back here, everything else is down here, okay? Way more important. These are the 2 reasons students stop watching online videos. Either because they don't see how it applies to them, like, I don't need to learn this, why would I need to know this? They don't see how it applies to them, or they're confused about what's going on. Constantly provide clarity for the learning. Why they need to learn it, what's happening, What are you doing? I've repeatedly told you, tarveracademy.com/video, because that is a home base where you can learn about what's happening if you're getting far off or you don't know what we're talking about. So hit them with the big topic. Tell them the agenda. Here's what we're talking about today. Here's what I'm going to be doing. At the beginning, I'm doing this, then this, then this. That's what's happening. And then why they need to learn it, how it applies to them. So I'm telling them the topic, and then I'm hitting them with those two things. Here's what's happening today. Erase confusion. Why they need to learn it. Show how it applies to them. Okay, so hit them with that. Then you discuss the key points. Teach them what you want to teach them. Then tell a story. Okay, teach them what you want to teach them. Sometimes, based on that, remember that framework we looked at, the multimedia learning? Cognitive theory of multimedia learning. One of the key things is that you're tying into previous knowledge. When you tell a story, you've got a lot better chance of putting the story in a situation where people can relate to it. Then you tie your key concept in. So you teach them something, you tell a story, and then you tie those two together. You're tying on that previous knowledge that you've got to allow your students to learn and have a deeper connection. Think of the last time you went and saw somebody give a lecture for 45 minutes or a keynote at an education conference. What's up? And think of what you remember. Do you remember the 3 points they had? Or do you remember a story they told you? Stories stick, okay? Tell a story and then tie it into your key point. And then at the very end, give them a challenge. Give them something to do. My challenge to you today, go out and make a YouTube video, 2 minutes or less, where you tell me a little bit about your personality and you ask a question for your students to know about them. That's your goal. That's your challenge. My challenge is you go create a YouTube channel. Or my challenge is you go subscribe to Tarver Academy. Leave a comment so I can go subscribe to you. Give them a challenge. Tell them what to do next. Next steps. That's what you want to do. Okay? I'm going to roll through this pretty quick. I just want to tell you some YouTube video upload options. You can upload it directly. You can do a live stream. You can schedule it to go live in the future. Or if you have not looked at YouTube Premieres, you need to check out YouTube Premieres. It is an incredible feature. I've got videos showing you what it is, how to use it. YouTube Premieres are the next big thing. I highly recommend them. What camera should you use? The best camera you have on you. All right, that's what I have today. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time and your attention. I genuinely means a lot to me. My challenge to you, go out, and if you haven't created a YouTube channel, create one. Even if you never create or upload a video, have it so you can find creators that are gonna help you and help your students. Start with tarveracademy.com. Tarver Academy. Check me out on YouTube, hit subscribe, I'd appreciate it. Check me out on Instagram, @TylerTarver. I do daily tips on Google, technology, teaching, all of that, @TylerTarver. Just search Tyler Tarver on Instagram or TikTok. Hit me up. I'd love to hear that you watch this, and I'd like to know if there's anything I can do better or something I taught you that maybe you didn't know before. There's multiple ways to check my email list out. I've got all that stuff. Free PD. I'm doing a ton of virtual free PD this summer. tarveracademy.com/PD. Sign up. And then if you want to upgrade your learning, you know your boy got that as well. Check that out at any of those links. Screenshot this. Thank you guys so much for your time. I really appreciate you, and thank you Wacom for letting me do this, for being a part of this. You have an amazing product, and I wouldn't do this if I didn't believe in it and I didn't use it, and so I thank you. And I thank you all for your time. Hope you have the best day ever. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and hit me up if you want to sell any of your cards. Just kidding. Now you know a little bit about me. All right, I'm done. Thank you guys. Y'all be good. Thank y'all so much.
Teaching just got more challenging. We are learning about teaching long distance. We are learning about the day-to-day challenges facing everyone. We are remembering why we all gathered in the same room to share ideas, work on a whiteboard, and hold a pen in our hand. Now, more than ever, our passion for teaching drives us forward. We are discovering, inventing, and experimenting. We are learning about teaching. We are learning about each other. We are learning about learning.
Well, hi everyone, and welcome back. We're so excited to bring you this panel discussion with Beth Tuminello, chemistry teacher in New York, Lisa Cumming, Olmsted Falls, Ohio, and Justin Backberg, Reedsburg, Wisconsin. And I'm going to have them introduce themselves to you in just a second. Our panel today is titled, our topic is And Action. And we're going to spend just a little bit of time with you talking about techniques for making videos, workflows, how it works, how to make it easier. So we're excited to hear what these three really innovative, and I have to say, after knowing you all for at least several months or longer, really creative ways to use video in your science, your chemistry classes, and so Justin doesn't feel left out in your math classes. So let's start with some introductions. Lisa, you want to introduce yourself to us?
My name is Lisa Cumming, and I teach chemistry in Cleveland, Ohio. Olmsted Falls, actually.
Terrific. Beth, say hi.
Hi, my name is Beth Tumanello, and I teach chemistry and AP chemistry in a public high school on Long Island, New York.
That's great. And Justin's representing all of math education. Here you go, Justin.
Hi, I'm Justin Backerberg. This year I'm teaching Algebra 1 and Pre-Calc at Reedsburg, Wisconsin. Yeah, glad to be with you guys.
That's terrific. That's terrific. So all three of you, you know, I think educators everywhere are interested to hear how you plan, how you decide, yes, I want to use a video for this particular concept or piece of instruction. And so if we can start there and then just talk about what you do next, kind of, I think what producers would say, what your workflow is. So Justin, can you go first?
Sure. So I flip my classroom. So I do basically all of my lessons on video. And I guess my first couple of years, 2-3 years, I guess I would kind of consider myself a traditional teacher where I was up in front of the class lecturing at my smartboard. And really, I just kind of got this idea that I could do something better for my students. And I stumbled across this idea of the flipped classroom. And that's really where I started with creating these videos. So I basically just took all the notes that I had already made in Smart Notebook, because that's the software that I was using at the time. And basically, I just started recording myself going through those. So I just took everything that I already had. I didn't try to reinvent the wheel at all. And that really made it easy transition for me.
Okay, that's really good to know. Lisa, I see you nodding. Jump in about your process a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I started about 15 years ago. I flipped my classroom, and back then there wasn't really a whole lot available as far as videos, podcasts, all of that. So I actually started out with PowerPoints and then used software and added my voice discussing the notes. And like Justin, that was kind of the main means of getting information across. And then the students would work on problem sets and labs and everything in the classroom. So I found it was really helpful with a diverse class because the students could kind of move at their own pace. You know, the kids that were a little quicker could go faster. The kids that needed a little bit more time could go a little bit slower. But I've morphed that concept and started using other means of making podcasts. Like the Wacom tablet has really helped a lot. But PowerPoints for me was the way to go initially.
Okay, we're going to come back to that point. Beth, jump in here.
Sure. I think when I'm planning my videos, I try to do them like lesson planning. So Justin mentioned not reinventing the wheel. There's nothing extra that you have to do that you wouldn't already be doing for teaching this lesson in class. And so I'm going to work through all the broad strokes of whatever concept or problem set I'm teaching or going over the same exact way that I would do it for if I was going to be teaching it in the classroom on my smartboard. And, you know, I don't try to do perfection on my videos. I just try to go through the lesson. We don't get a do-over when we're teaching it in class. So I just try to go through it, trying to keep it as simplified as possible to go through whatever I would go through and just save that class time.
Okay, that's really helpful to know. Lisa, you said that your pen tablet, your Wacom pen tablet had helped. I'm just curious, can you tell us a little more about that when you're making videos?
in chemistry, there's so much formula writing and mathematics involved and drawing structures and graphs and such. So I found with PowerPoint, at least it would take me so long to make all of those. And it wasn't really authentic because it wasn't in my handwriting. So I did try a live scribe pen years ago, and the kids loved those pen casts that I made, you know, because it was in my own handwriting and such, and they made that comment. So when I got a hold of the Wacom tablet and started using that to make the podcast, I got the same kind of reaction. They liked the fact that it was in my handwriting, they were hearing my voice, I was writing, and then quite frankly, it was so much simpler. It took so much less time, and I'm kind of a fly-by-night kind of lecturer. I don't have notes. I don't really have an outline, and so using the Wacom tablet kind of allowed me to do that in my video making.
That's great. That's great. Beth, do you have anything you want to jump in here with?
It's funny because I started with a live scribe pen also, and I heard that, and that was something that really drew me to it. When I bought my live scribe, I was between that and a Wacom product, and I just couldn't get the Wacom product. The bamboo, I couldn't get it for some reason, and that's why I got the live scribe. And just the Wacom tablet makes it just so much simpler because of the fact that you can use it with whatever you are already using, whether it's PowerPoint, Smart Notebook, or any other slide deck program. Just being able to write directly on your teaching tools that you're already preparing for class in your own handwriting while speaking just makes it so simple and so authentic for the kids. And there's just such that connection because they want to hear you and they want your teaching about the subject.
Justin, has having digital ink and just the ability to write digitally, has that changed some of the ways either you're delivering in-class instruction or making videos? Just curious.
Yeah, so when I first started making my videos, I didn't have anything to write with. So I was trying to write with my Smart Notebook using my mouse on my computer. And I'm going to be the first to admit that I have terrible handwriting. And so when I'm trying to write with a mouse, that was next to impossible, and it took me forever to make videos. And so as soon as I found my first Wacom Intuos, which I still have somewhere, it's probably like 7 years old by now, but that was a game changer for me, and it just made life so much easier as far as making those videos. Just with all the notation that goes into math, there aren't that many good programs out there that allow you to type something out quickly and easily, so just being able to write things out is so much smoother for me.
Okay, that's really helpful to know. And Lisa, you said something in your last answer where you said it really saves you time. And I think sometimes when we hear, as educators, we hear a video, we think, oh my gosh, lights, camera, action, and a whole lot of time. And what I'm hearing the three of you say is that this is a lot quicker, right? This doesn't take up an entire weekend to do a 5-minute video. Is that?
I mean, I would say I probably spend maybe 30 minutes thinking about what I'm going to do in the video and then actually doing the video. And as you know, I have a student teacher currently, and so what I've done is actually gone into my back room while she's teaching, and I can create videos back there in that back room. So I would say 30 minutes probably for a 5-minute video as far as preparation, and then actually recording it, and then maybe going in and editing. But as Beth said, like, the videos don't have to be perfect. Like, there's a cat meowing in one of my videos, and I think my kids are slamming a door in another one, and my students see that and they hear it, and it actually makes it more real for them. They'll actually comment, oh, I heard your cat meowing, or because we're supposed to be real for the kids, and I think that makes it more real. So
makes a big difference. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Justin, you've done something kind of fun with your videos, the open and the close. And you want to just, people can see examples of that on the Wacom community site, but can you talk about just that and a little bit about why you did that for kids? Because I just thought it was such an innovative way of looking at doing videos.
I just wanted to have something fun, kind of unique to make these videos mine, and I just made a quick intro on, well, it wasn't quick to make. It's only like an 8-second intro, but I spent way too much time putting it together because I wanted to have just this cool thing for my students when they turn in one of my videos.
Yeah, it's like it brands your classes, and it gives, and I think kids probably have fun doing this. For all three of you, and Beth, maybe you'll take this one first. You're using Smart Notebook, right, or your Smartboard, correct?
Yes.
And so I think sometimes it gets confusing. So how do you get from there to make a video? You have to use another video program, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And
tell us about that.
Sure. I have used a couple of different programs. Currently, I am using Screencastify because my school has a license for it.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be Screencastify. There are tons of different options that have free versions and paid versions that you can do, all different things with. But because of the license that my school has for Smart Notebook, I use that for my pen tools. And my lessons are already in Smart Notebook, so I'm not doing anything extra there. And all I'm doing is using the Screencastify as the capture tool. You can also use, there's a native program on a PC or a Mac that you can use. You don't even need to use an education-based one, where you're just screen recording, and whatever you are writing on your screen is going to be recorded along with your audio. So I'm using Screencastify. There are other ones, Explain Everything, Loom. There's so many different ones that have free educator licenses and things like that.
Cami, I think, is another one, right? Yep. Right. And some of those,
so many.
Yeah, and those, there are 90-day pro versions included for folks who are now buying Wacom Intuos or One by Wacom or the Wacom One. So and try some of those. So that helps too. If you're new to this, you can try a lot of things and see what's going to work best for you. Justin, what are you using for recording?
Yeah, right now I'm using Camtasia. When I first started making my videos, I was just using my school Mac, and so I was just using QuickTime on there. But as I was making my videos, sometimes I kind of felt like my mouth was moving faster than my brain, and I have a habit of stumbling over my words. And so when that's happening, 3-4 times in a video, I decided that I want a tool that had a little bit more powerful editing capabilities.
Sure.
So Camtasia is a program that I bought for myself, just to have some extra tools to be able to do those kinds of things with my videos.
Okay, good to know. Lisa, what are you using?
Like Justin, I'm using Camtasia.
Okay.
For the same reasons. I like the editing. I made some podcast videos that were too long. I think 5 to 7 minutes should kind of be the max. And so Camtasia is really cool because you can clip. You can clip the videos, and then you can kind of seamlessly make them seem like they were an individual video. So the kids don't know that some of the videos they're watching have actually been 10-minute videos that have been clipped into 2 5-minute videos. So it's not super expensive, and it's pretty easy to use. And it does have a lot of, but I've also used Screencastify, Screencast-O-Matic, I've used Loom, but I always seem to go back to Camtasia.
Yeah. If it's working, but you gave us a great segue here, because I think sometimes we hear videos and we think, oh my gosh, it's got to be like 30 minutes of instruction, and that's not it, right, folks?
Correct.
No, not at all.
Say more, Justin. Short is better, right? Shorter is better. Okay.
I guess the adage that I always hear when talking about the flipped classroom is about a minute per grade level. So like when I'm dealing with my freshmen, I don't want to give them a video that's any more than 10 minutes long because they'll lose focus, and the lectures that you give in class just naturally take longer because you're answering those questions, and you get sidetracked every now and then. So what you're normally doing in a class period really does go so much faster when you're recording it on a video.
Okay. And do all three of you in your learning management systems, you can track to see students have watched these videos? Are you watching that? Yes, they're doing it. Yep. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So for teachers that are just starting, right, with all of this, maybe they're new digital ink users, Wacom users, maybe they're longtime Wacom users, but they're not making a lot of videos. What would you tell them when they start? What should they do first?
I would start small.
Okay.
When I did it, I picked one unit the first year, flipped that one. I tried to pick a unit that I knew really well, that I was really comfortable with, that I already had materials for. So I would start small, start with one unit, then maybe the next year go all in, add some units.
Okay. Beth, how about you?
I would say the most important thing is something we've all said a couple of times, is that they want to see you. If you make a couple of mistakes, if you have a couple, if you have a little issue here or there, the kids are going to want to see that it's you. And
Okay.
if you won't put yourself up on the screen unless you're perfect, that's not what we want them to do in the classroom. We want them to put themselves out there. So hearing your cat, in the background, or making a, forgetting what you're about to say for a second doesn't mean that you have to redo the whole thing and scrap it. You can just go straight through, and as long as it's not, as long as you didn't completely have your brain fall out and mess up completely, you can get away with keeping that as a video. And it's so much better use of your time to just get through more of them and let your students see you as that human presence where, we make mistakes too. And it's, look at this, I'm still putting this on video. And so now you're safe and you're comfortable making mistakes maybe in front of me as well. Put it out there as being very human.
Oh, a question for Justin around math, and then I'm going to ask our two science educators. Justin, from time to time, you do have students produce their own math videos as end of unit or end of semester projects, right?
Yeah, I've done a little bit of that. Mm-hmm.
How's that gone for you? And importantly for your students, do they learn more? Is it a good tool even for assessments for you?
Yeah, definitely. I guess I always heard going through college, the best way to learn something is to try to teach it to somebody else.
Right.
So I've had students record videos, usually just on their phone, of them explaining a topic or a couple of topics. And so they have to spend time kind of thinking about things and really gauging their own understanding of that. So then the information that they can present to me really shows me how much they know about that subject.
Are they doing super math intros to their videos like their teacher?
Not quite as professional level, but
not yet.
They do a great job with that stuff.
So let's ask our two chemistry educators. I know this has been tough, particularly for science educators, because of the trying to find ways around the hands-on science learning and hands-on activities. Has video helped play a role in that, either videos you create or simulations? I must have asked the right question. Beth, you want to start, and then we'll let Lisa jump in here.
Sure. I've used a combination of simulations, online simulations that the school got a subscription to in light of this year's challenges, as well as I've made some videos as along with my colleagues where we've done the lab. I have a couple of videos where I'm just doing the lab and talking through it. I have other ones where I'm doing the lab and showing the step, from their lab manual up on the screen, and then just having it with no audio except for the audio that you would hear if you were stirring or, something like that. And I've done other ones where I've done it in a slide deck on a Google Slides presentation with the video embedded where, they're on step 5, so they're on slide 5, and they're watching the different videos of the steps. And I've done a couple of different things like that. And I think for each of them, they're not a direct replacement for hands-on, but at least they can see the observations of what they're missing.
Right. They can still begin to learn basic lab techniques, observation techniques, and data collection and analysis. Lisa, I know you're using some video simulations and other things. What's been your experience this year? Then we're going to ask about next year.
Yeah, I've tried some simulations, and I wasn't impressed with the ones that we were using, so I actually got a GoPro.
Wow.
Put it on my head.
Oh my gosh.
So the kids could actually see my hands. That was not my original idea. A friend of mine in California who's a professor was talking about this one day with me, and I kind of stole the idea. So I put the GoPro on, and then the students could see my hands manipulating everything. I mean, it's not, like Beth said, it's not perfect, right? But I think it was better than the actual simulations that are out there. So, and my students could see my hands and, you know, read the balance, and so it was better than not doing labs as far as I was concerned. So.
And this is actually for all three of you, but we'll start with the science side of the house. For next year, do you think you'll get back to more hands-on lab activities, or are we still going to have limitations around sharing equipment and being close around a lab bench, those kinds of things? What's your sense?
We're actually all in, and my students are actually, thank God, we're actually doing real labs. The room's bustling. Great. I mean, it feels kind of normal almost.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Yeah. Yes. Beth, how about for you?
We are all in, but we are still heavily advised against sharing equipment and minimizing. We're advised to minimize contact. So what I've started to do now that we are able to do some hands-on stuff is I'll do labs and I'll break it up into chunks. And so if there are, 4 students in the group, one person is in charge of doing the first quarter, and then they rotate so that the other 3 students are on the other side of the lab bench behind their dividers, and one person is manipulating. And then after that person is done with their portion, everybody has to go and wash hands, and then the next person has to go. And so that we're doing the constant hand washing, making a single period lab maybe take double period, but at least they're doing.
Yeah, they're getting some hands-on science
something.
learning.
And then with the students who are at home, they're joining via a Google Meet breakout room so that the students in class have, some sort of device propped up in front of the lab material so that they can be involved in some way.
Okay. And Justin, for you, I know you guys have been mostly back in or keep going back. You start next week, right? Everybody's back.
Yeah, Tuesday we get everybody back.
Yeah. What do you think will change in terms of the way you're teaching and the way you're using technology of all flavors? Pen tablets plus other things.
For me, I don't think a whole lot is going to change, at least initially. Before all of this happened, I always like to have my desks in little pods so that the kids could work together and talk through things on their own without always needing me to be there. This year, with just all the safety precautions, I haven't had my desks in pods and trying to keep them spaced out. They've just been in rows. So it's been a lot more of me bouncing around helping as opposed to the group work side of things. But hopefully soon next year, we'll be able to get back to, maybe more of the way that things used to be.
Sure. That's great. Well, listen, the 3 of you have been just wonderful, and I hope the people watching live and people that will see this video later will be inspired to go try and make some videos, short to start with, using those flipped classroom principles. And so for Beth, thank you so much. Lisa, thank you so much. Justin, thank you so much. My official opinion is that you 3 have very lucky students. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. My name is Faik. I'm leading the branded business at Wacom, and today I'm going to have a great conversation with Celina. Celina Bertoncini, she is the 9th grade STEAM teacher at Brooklyn Emerging Leaders Academy. And she was tasked with creating the STEAM program at Beta during this difficult year. And with this, I would like to say welcome to Celina, welcome to thINK21, the Wacom Education Summit, but of course also welcome to our conversation which we are going to have in the next 30 minutes. Celina.
Hi, thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me here. It's nice to meet you. Again, my name is Celina Bertoncini, and I'm from Brooklyn, New York, and I'm creating a STEAM curriculum for my school.
Yeah, great. Celia, maybe you are driving the program Bella. Just give us a little bit background about Bella. What is Bella? What is the mission of Bella? And the general idea.
Sure. So BELA stands for Brooklyn Emerging Leaders Academy. So we're in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, New York. And our mission is really about empowering young women to be like the best versions of themselves. So we are really dedicated to not just like academic excellence, but also making sure that they are just well-rounded people and have all the skills that they need to get into college and also graduate from college.
And that means you are working really with K12 students, right? And preparing them to the college.
It's a high school, so we're 9th through 12th. Yeah.
Great. But I think the last year was for all of us very challenging, all over the world, I think, also in New York. How is the STEAM program going during this time for you and for the students?
Yeah, so obviously it's been really difficult. And especially the seniors being like, oh, it's our last year of high school and them wanting to be in the building. It's been really challenging. For the STEAM program, I always kind of gear towards technology because the school I'm teaching at, there's no like specific technology class. So the STEAM program, like that, the tech is built into there. So being virtual has allowed me to kind of go explore more into that area and incorporate a lot of technology into the curriculum itself. And so it's been pretty good with STEAM classwork because like I know how to use technology. I know how to teach technology because I've been doing it for many years now. And so I know how to help students like use their computer, get, you know, how do you right click on a trackpad, like little things like that, that some teachers may not understand that students might not know how to do yet. And I kind of build those skills. So it's been really interesting in that department to kind of like walk them through using their computer to then like using technology in their computer.
This is great. This is great. And do you have the feeling that STEAM program in general? I think this is on one side it has an academic perspective, of course, but how is it with the emotional part? Is there also an emotional development based on the program you set up?
Oh, of course, yeah. I always think about STEAM as being about problem solving, but also about like application. So there's just like a lot of creativity. There's a lot of making things, creating things. Students get a lot of freedom in what they get to create and make. And so when they do that, they can see their creativity. They see what they're making. They get really excited and like proud of what they're doing. And it makes them more invested in school, but also it makes them feel really confident in themselves and that they can like do these things. And also they see what their classmates are doing and they get excited about what other classmates are doing. Like, oh, this is really cool. Like, do you want to see what I made? Like, do you want to see like that sharing and collaborative environment as opposed to like a competitive environment? Like, oh, you got 100 on your chest, I got 98. It's like, no, whoa, what did you make in Tinkercad? Like, look what I made. And it's a very a collaborative environment and space that is just a really nice way for students to build their social skills.
Okay, then on the other side, also sharing really the experience with the technology and with the program in general, right?
Sorry, what's that?
They are sharing also, in this case, their experiences with the program in general.
Oh yeah, share a lot.
If I get this right, Beta is a hybrid approach also to learn. And maybe just another perspective, what
what did Celina learn out of this hybrid program? That means, what does it mean for you? What is it on your side?
On a very personal level, I would think that hybrid learning definitely taught me a lot about like my limitations as a teacher, and just like really pushed me to like the boundaries of what I can do. So I actually have been teaching virtually online since 2016. So I was using a platform online to teach like one-on-one private lessons online. So I felt very comfortable in virtual teaching. Like that was great. And then, you know, I've been in the classroom for several years teaching in front of a classroom. I'm like, okay, I can do this too. But then hybrid really had like half the students are on the computer virtually, and then half are like in the classroom in person. And I'm like, okay, I'm good at one, I'm good at the other. How do I navigate doing both at the same time? And I think that most teachers will tell you it's kind of like juggling, but everything's on fire, and then you're also trying to balance on top of it all. Like, it's just like one of those things that's very challenging, but we actually switched to virtual, and then now we have some students coming into the building as well. So we kind of like went back and forth between fully virtual and then hybrid because, you know, things have changed with COVID and whatnot, so we have to keep adapting. So I definitely learned my limits, but also learned how I can adapt really quickly because I got it done. I made it happen.
Yeah. But what do you think for the future? This hybrid model is going to continue, right? Is this what you have in your mind?
I definitely think that the virtual teaching and the technology use, so like the way that students are using their technology more and getting more comfortable with like tech, also virtual calling and things like that is definitely something I see in the future. We also have something called the Women's Symposium coming up, where we have guest speakers from all around the country coming to speak, and so it also gives like this global connection. So I think in the future in the classroom, like having that kind of global connection to using technology would be really interesting, since sometimes it feels like, you know, you're at your own school, very insular, and not getting to connect with people in different areas and whatnot. I think also the aspect of like teachers learning technology as well so that they can better implement hybrid learning will definitely make it something that I see in the future for sure, because I found that like some teachers are still adjusting to technology, but once they get it, they're like, wait, this is actually really cool what I can do with like for example, we have the Wacom tablets, and teachers were like, oh, I've never even heard of this, and then I showed it to them and they're like, oh my gosh, can I have one? And then they started using it, they're like, wait, this is really cool, but they didn't know that that was a thing until we were like pushed into hybrid learning and pushed into a situation where they had to like embrace the technology, which is great.
Yeah. And then how come that you have a passion, this kind of a passion for technology? Is this from childhood, or how come?
Yeah, I'm a little bit of a nerd. What's funny is it's kind of perfect I ended up in STEAM, because when I was in school, I was always really creative. I loved drawing, I loved making art, I'd write poems, like I was all about that. I liked playing music. And then in science class, I was like, I took this mad science after school thing, and I liked to do science experiments and like do all that fun things. And it was so sad because in high school, I had to choose between like AP Physics and AP Art. There was no like bridge between art and science. I had to choose, and so it was like, oh, I guess I'll choose science because, you know, jobs are only in technology and science and stuff. And it was sad to me because I'm like, I want them to be together. I want an integration of science, technology, and arts. And also, my dad's kind of really into tech. He had like the first iPod when it came out. He had like the first pieces of technology, and then he got the bamboo Wacom tablet, like one of the first ones. And so he like gave it to me when I was a little bit younger, and I got to play with it. And then as I got older, I like, you know, got a Sante, got another Wacom. I have like a lot of Wacom tablets, and then I would draw with them because I got to use the technology to make more drawings digitally, which I got really into. And then I got into animation and whatnot.
Yeah, and I think this is also a very, very good point. Before Bella, you were really an animator. Then you started the program of Bella. And how are you using this animation experience in your current role? Is this helping you, or how is this also impacting what you're doing today?
Yeah, I'm very much still an animator at heart, and I make animations for myself mostly, like, you know, get hired to do it. I make it for myself. I also teach animation classes online to like private students and stuff like that, because I'm so obsessed with teaching and animation. I have to do it all the time, naturally. And I think that something that's really resonated with me about animation is kind of what I just mentioned with like the technology and the science and the math really tying into the art, storytelling, creativeness. I know there's this course on Khan Academy called Pixar in a Box, and it's specifically for like STEAM programs, because they go through like how you need to know like the math and the science and the art to like make these films and to make these things happen. And to me, that's kind of how I bring animation in the classroom. Like I try to integrate the idea of storytelling and creativity, but also the fact that, you use technology, and using technology involves like some math and some problem solving and some science. Like you got to know all these things together to make something work. And I think that's how students have seen in the classroom, like it coming together.
And is this also the idea of your Go Grows drawing club? Because this is, I think, what you're also driving with your students. Is this the main goal of this?
So my STEAM class is where I have like all the 9th grade. My Go Grow drawing class is just like a small group of students who chose to do the Go Grow. It's kind of like an after school club, and they chose to do the Go Grow because they wanted to learn, more drawing and stuff like that. So in my STEAM class, we do lots of things involving drawing, but we also do some stuff in like biomedical science and some other topics in computer science, like coding. So in my Go Grow, we get to really hone in on just like pencil to paper or Wacom stylus to tablet, and actually get drawing in, which is really, really fun. And I think it's really sad to me, because whenever I bring up drawing to somebody, like if you ever ask somebody like, oh, do you like drawing? They'll be like, oh, I can't even draw a stick figure, or I can only draw a stick figure. They'll say something like that, and it like breaks my heart, because when you go to a classroom with elementary school kids, they're all going to be coloring, they're all drawing, they're all like making stuff. They never feel like, oh, I'm bad at drawing. They're just like, oh, I love drawing, this is great. And once you get to like teenagers and adults, it's like, oh, I'm so bad at it, I shouldn't even do it at all. And I feel like drawing is a way of thinking. And there's this really great TED Talk by Ralph Ammer on YouTube, where he actually talks about how drawing helps you think and like perceive the world around you, just like you use language. And he would never say, oh, because when I speak, I'm not saying a poem that I shouldn't draw because I'm not making like a Leonardo da Vinci, art piece here. So I really love that video, because it reminds me of my students, where I'm like, guys, you don't have to make beautiful, gorgeous drawings. Like what you're doing is you're like expressing yourself, you're understanding the world around you through drawing, you're thinking. It's so much more than that. And I think the students are realizing that, because at first when you get drawing students at this age, they'll get really self-conscious. They don't want to show you what they draw. They like feel like, it's very personal. I don't want to show this to people. It looks terrible. And it can be a very personal thing, because like your inner thoughts and stuff. But I think they're really growing in that sense of like drawing more and getting more comfortable with it.
And how is then technology impacting here in this case that they experience using the technology? Because on one side, they have something in their mind, also creativity, and they're bringing this really on paper, even if it's a digital canvas. But the question is, how is the technology impacting them?
I think the technology is giving them another kind of like challenge, but it's developing their like problem solving abilities and how they're growing and developing with the technology, especially considering some of our students have never used like a computer before. Like they might have used like their phone or like an iPad or something, but they may have never really used a computer and been like, this is where your files are, this is where you get to look stuff up, this is how you look for your applications. So there's some basic technology skills, and once they kind of get a hold of that, they're like, wow, I can do so much with a computer. And with the digital drawing tablets too, like, wow, I can draw these pictures and I can make new layers and I can save my pictures. And it's not like in person where you have to have like a physical notebook and you have to keep going through pages and you have to buy a new sketchbook and then all that stuff. So I think there's like this really cool element of students realizing the power that they have when they know how to use technology, and also the digital literacy skills that they're learning will be necessary for college and beyond, especially considering like it's 2021 and we have all seen firsthand how technology is an important skill to master, because a lot of things in our day and age are run by technology. So they're really getting that, literacy in.
Great. And that, it looks like the technology is driving the drawing is driving the technology, and then also the interest for technology and the adoption for technology, which is of course also in a way opening maybe additional doors for them. If you're going from the students to the educators, what are your advices to STEAM educators, or even in general to educators?
This can apply to all educators, but I was thinking specifically of STEAM educators when I thought of this idea of like why. When teachers are teaching, like a lot of the time students don't really get the like why of it. And I mean, it's easy to tell students like you need to learn this or you should learn this. And that's not like as sticky as when they are actually solving a real world problem or applying their knowledge to a certain task or creating something. And then they see like, oh yeah, I do need to know how to do this. I do need to know how to write that. I need to know this math skill. So it's kind of like that hands-on learning approach. So really my biggest piece of advice is to always seek for kids to understand the why that they're doing stuff. Like, why is it important they're learning this? And especially with STEAM, because STEAM is science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. That's all the subjects. That's all the disciplines. Everything falls under STEAM. So STEAM is about connecting and bridging all those things together to say, like, how can we apply this in the real world? Why should you need to know how to do this? Like, why does this matter? Which reminds me again of like the Pixar in a box kind of idea. And then once they feel like they know why they're doing something, they're like more motivated. They're like, I want to do this. I want to achieve this. I want to understand this because I can see how important it is and how it interests me as well. So that would be my biggest piece of advice for STEAM educators, but also for other educators.
This is great. And again, it is great to see your passion also for technology. And as we are a technology company in our field, that means Wacom is driving the technology also since 37 years now, coming really here more from the creative space and now moving to the education part. The question is also from your side, what is your expectation to the technology and maybe even also to a company like Wacom, which is driving technology? Do you have something in your mind?
I remember thinking this, I think it was when I was at my old school and all the students had Chromebooks. And I remember thinking like, oh, it would be so amazing if they could get Wacom tablets and I could teach them to draw and use stuff. And then remembering that like Wacom isn't compatible with Chromebooks. And then I think just recently you have the new product, right? You have the Wacom that works with the Chromebooks, right? Yeah. So like thinking that was like a very specific, like for educators kind of thinking like in schools, there's so many different computers that are being used. There's even like at some schools, they're using like really old computers. Like they're using some Dells from like way back when, because they can't afford to get new technology. So like if they wanted a Wacom tablet, would it actually be compatible with a really old computer for teachers to use? And then teachers who've been working in like, for example, librarians sometimes at the schools where we're in New York, because I've been to over like 20 or 30 schools in the Westchester area. And I would always notice like usually it was the librarian who had like the 3D printer in their library and like they had all these tech stuff and like none of the staff knew how to use any of it. So they would like, I worked for this really awesome company called the Digital Arts Experience in White Plains. We were in White Plains, now we're in Scarsdale, New York. And they're just really wonderful because we would go to all the different schools and kind of like use the technology they had. We would bring our own technology sometimes because like we knew how to use the tech, but teachers who were already there at the school like had no idea how any of the stuff worked or how to teach it to kids. So I think that when Wacom's like thinking of teachers, thinking of like all different types of teachers. So there's like me, like huge tech nerd, have like 5 to 6 Wacom tablets that I love using, all of them. And then like another teacher who has no idea what Wacom is, doesn't know what a digital drawing tablet is, may have never heard of what digital drawing is. They're like, yeah, you draw on pencil and paper. And there's like that whole spectrum of teachers and educators out there. So it's a very interesting, domain to get into.
Yes, yes, and I think this is also, as you mentioned, compatibility is one of the key topics. What we are also targeting, that the technology is really compatible, and on the other side, of course, the ease of use. This is the important thing. But this is we are, I would say, on the beginning of the whole journey, because it starts, and the pandemic, of course, gave the whole topic in a way a little bit more speed. But the transition started, and I think the journey is now coming. And then we have to see how we are going to grow also with this community, as we did also with the creative community.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think too, there is that like creativity that might be lacking sometimes from the traditional academic classes. So there's many schools that I've seen in Brooklyn, and some that I've worked at, that didn't even offer an art class or offer any creative outlet for some students.
Yeah.
And it was very heartbreaking, because like I know that sometimes the school can't afford it, or they don't have the teachers, they don't have what they need to make that happen. But I feel like drawing, like I mentioned before, is it's a process of thinking. And it's not just for people who are artists or animators or in the creative fields, it's for everyone. Like just like everyone uses language to speak, everyone uses pictures to think and uses a visual language in their mind. And being able to put that on paper, I think will show educators, like, you don't have to be teaching an art class to use a tablet. You don't have to be teaching like a digital drawing class to have students draw to understand things better. Like drawing is something every single person has done since they were able to pick up a pencil. The first thing a kid does is they pick up that crayon or pencil, they're drawing. Like nobody had to teach them that. They're drawing stuff. Cavemen on the cave, they're drawing things. It's crazy. It's just in us.
Yeah, and our goal is, of course, to underline and to support this, as you're saying, the drawing, and maybe bringing here also the bridge between the analog and the digital world. This is, in a way, also one of the, I would say, missions what we have on our side. Good, Celina, thank you very much. Thank you for the great conversation, and really also your also that you're sharing your personal insights with us. It is great. It is also great to see how you grow with us together, and I'm sure we are also going to grow in the future together. Anything else you want to add before we are closing our conversation?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. It's really really wonderful to be here, and I hope that something in this discussion has like inspired someone or helped out or anything like that. So thank you again so much.
Yeah. Thank you again to you, and we are going to stay for sure in touch. This is not the last time that we are going to talk to each other. There is more to come. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Sarah Smith with FableVision Learning, and I'm very excited to be here with you today. I have been with FableVision Learning for a few years now. Before that, I was a teacher. I taught at the elementary level for several years in an international baccalaureate school. And while I was teaching, I was always really interested in creativity. But I didn't really know exactly what it meant or exactly what it looked like to foster it in my classroom. But I was really curious about it. And so eventually I went back to school and I got my master's degree in creativity from the International Center for Studies in Creativity at SUNY College at Buffalo. And shortly thereafter, I joined FableVision Learning, where our goal is to bring creativity and compassion to schools all over the world and the teachers and the students in those schools. And so today, I am going to talk to you a little bit about creativity and where it intersects with learning, which is what my passion is, how creativity and learning come together. And that's a really important thing to think about as educators. And so one of the ways that those two intersect is what we're going to talk about today. So to do that, I want to start by having you think about what is your favorite story to tell? Just if you meet somebody and you're getting to know each other, what's a story that you enjoy telling other people about yourself and your life? For me, one of the stories that I like to tell is when I was traveling abroad with my sisters and we had made it to Belgium. And we didn't speak the language. We were just in this little town that I don't even remember the name of now. But it was adorable. There were cobblestone streets and there were shops, and we were just kind of wandering around, wondering what we should do. And we saw on the side of a stone building a door that was slightly ajar, and above it there was a sign that said a bunch of stuff that we didn't know, but it had a word like turismo. So we thought, okay, maybe this is where we can get some tourist information. So we open the door and there's just a tiny little area with a table and nobody's at the table. And so we realized, though, that to our left, there's an opening with some stairs. So we think, let's go check it out. So we start walking up the stairs, and they seem like they're kind of never ending. They just keep winding up and up and up. And so at some point, we realized that we are climbing the bell tower of the church in the middle of the city. And so for those of you that have been to Europe, a lot of these little towns, they're all around a big church. And so we climb up, and when we get to the top, right then the bells start ringing, and they are vibrating through us. We can feel the bells, and it's like we're surrounded by the sound of these bells. And we open the door at the top, it's unlocked, and we walk out into a sea of huge bells. Like, I mean, they're like as big as we are, and they're ringing, they're playing this beautiful song, and we can walk around amongst the bells and just kind of feel like we are completely surrounded by the beauty of the music. And so we make our way through this bell tower, and eventually we find the person that's playing the music. And it's a woman. She's sitting at what kind of looks like a piano, but it has levers instead of keys. And we just watch her play until she finishes, and then we greet her. She's very kind. She doesn't say anything rude about us barging in on her playing. But she also doesn't speak English, and we don't speak Flemish. My sister had a little bit of German, so they tried to have a bit of a conversation, but mostly we were just trying to find a way to let her know that it was so beautiful, that we were so happy to hear her music that she was playing. And she was very kind, and then eventually we decided that it was time for us to leave. So we were walking down the steps, and I say, I wish that I had my camera with me. This was back before there were cell phones. But I had left my camera back at where we were staying. So we said, okay, well, let's go back and get the camera, and we'll come back and take pictures so that we can remember this. And so we walked down the steps and past that little table and out the door, and my sister closes the door behind her, and we hear a click. And we both look at each other, and she tries the door, and it's locked. And we realize that we are never going to be able to go back up there, that was a one-time experience for us. But I never forgot it. I didn't need the pictures. We had quite a trip, that trip, but that is the event that I remember viscerally, that I can remember what it feels like to be there, that I love to tell other people. And there's a reason there's an element of surprise in it. Often there is. And the reason is because surprise is special. It does special things to our brains. And that's why we're going to talk about surprise today, because it's related to creativity and it's related to learning. And it's a really exciting thing that happens to our brains when we encounter surprise. So I have this book that I discovered that I wanted to share with you. This book is called Surprise, and I recommend it if you're interested in this topic. It's by Tanya Luna and Leanne Renninger, and it's actually a funny story about how I found out about this book. I was doing a school project in my master's work, and I was supposed to find a book related to creativity that had been published in the last 5 years. It's been a little more than 5 years. This was written in 2015 now. But I was in the library, and I was looking in the psychology section, and I wasn't finding anything that was really jumping out at me. And so right before giving up, I turned all the way around, and there was a display there, and right there at eye level was surprise facing me, and I was immediately drawn to it, and I picked it up, and I was really happy that that was the book that I found. So in this book, the authors talk about surprise, and the other part of the title here is Embrace the Unpredictable and Engineer the Unexpected. And so I want you to think about a moment of surprise that you have experienced. And I want you to think about what you felt and what you think you looked like when you were experiencing that surprise. Maybe you are imagining something like this, or this, or maybe this. These are all the pictures that come up when you search for surprise. It's kind of the quintessential thing that we think of when we think of surprise. But actually, that's not what we look like in the moment of surprise. So surprise is when something unpredictable happens, when something that we are not expecting happens. And when we encounter a surprise, the authors talk about the very first thing that happens is actually like in research where they've provided a surprise to somebody, like a surprise ending to a video, and they videotape their responses. The first thing that happens is what they call the duh face, and it's just completely blank face. And the reason for this is because our brains go through what they call the surprise sequence when we encounter surprise. So the very first thing that happens, the very first part of the sequence is freeze. So when something surprising happens, you completely freeze. Your face goes blank, and you have all of your attention absorbed by this surprise. So you are completely engaged in what just happened. Whatever you were looking at before, you will turn to look at it, or if it's right in front of you, all of your attention is focused on this surprise. Then the next stage is called find, and that's when you start to search your mind. What is happening? You need to figure out what just happened. And then the next stage is called shift, and that's where you either fit what just happened into your understanding of the world, or you change your understanding of the world. So if you suddenly see something go up instead of fall down, then you either have to decide that what you thought about gravity isn't true, or that there's something going on, some force other than gravity that is making this object go up. So you either have to change how you see the world, or you have to fit it into your understanding of the world. And then the last part of the surprise sequence is share. And because something unexpected and surprising has just happened, we have a strong desire to share it with other people, to tell them about what just happened. And part of that is because it's an emotional experience when we have something surprising happen. When we're surprised, it's kind of an emotional intensifier. So if something negative is happening and we are angry and there's a surprise involved, we're going to be angrier. Or if it's a great surprise and it's full of joy, we're going to feel happier when there's a surprise involved. So it's an emotional intensifier, and we feel a strong need to talk about it and to share it with other people. So when we encounter a surprise, it completely grabs our attention. It makes us intensely curious that we have to figure out what just happened. It requires us to change our understanding in some way. And then we have a strong desire to share about it. Now, if you are anything like me, you might be thinking, wow, that sounds like a recipe for learning. And it is. If we're grabbing attention, we're curious about it, it makes us change our opinions or our thoughts about what we understand and know, and then we want to talk about it. That's a great way to learn. It's also an emotional experience, so it's going to stick in our memories, just like the stories that you thought of at the beginning that you like to tell, and my story of the bell tower in Belgium. They're emotional, so they stick with us. So, surprise and creativity are highly related. The research definition of creativity is something that is novel and valuable. So anything that is new and has some value or is useful in some way is creativity. So it's not just art. It can be anything that's novel and creative. And in my studies on creativity, one of the things that I learned about was the creative problem-solving process. Now, this is a process that researchers were trying to describe the natural way that people solve problems creatively. What do they tend to do? And it has gone through many iterations, as many things do over the years, but the process, this most simply, is described as 4 stages, and they don't always happen in order. It's not a linear process, but the first stage tends to be the clarifying stage. And so that's where you define what is the problem, because when we have a need to solve a problem creatively is often an ill-defined problem. It's one that you can think about in lots of different ways. And there's a common quote that people attribute to Einstein, and I don't know how accurate it is, in the world of the internet. But the quote goes, if I had 1 hour to solve a problem, I would spend the first 55 minutes defining the problem and the last 5 solving it. So that kind of points to the importance of being able to define problems, being able to clarify what it is that we need to think about and what it is we need to solve, and how we can look at it, and thinking about it from many perspectives. Then the next stage is ideating, coming up with lots of ideas. Then you move to developing your ideas into workable solutions, and then you move to implementing these ideas and gaining acceptance from those around you and making it happen. Now, when I was learning this, in my studies in creativity, my goal was to connect the things that I learned about creativity to what I understood about education and learning, and to put those together in a meaningful way. And so when I read about the surprise sequence and I thought about the natural creative problem-solving process, I started to notice that there were things in common. And I wanted to think about that in how we can design learning experiences for students as educators. So what I did is I came up with what I like to call the spiral up cycle of creative learning. So in the spiral up cycle, we start with a spark. And this is a great time to introduce a surprise, because we know that a surprise is going to grab attention, which is the first thing that we need from students if we want them to learn something. We need their attention. It's going to engage their curiosity, which is what we need to keep them engaged in a learning experience. And it's going to require them to change what they understand about the world if we can give them this little surprise. And then, of course, they'll want to share about it. So they'll tell their friends about it. They'll tell their parents about it when they go home. That's what we want if we want kids to learn. So we start with a spark. And so we've got the surprise sequence that happens there in the spark. But then the surprise sequence also, after the initial freeze, goes into that find phase where we're trying to figure things out. So the spiral up cycle also talks about, the next stage is to seek, and that's finding out information. So we're kind of stretching out the surprise sequence here, and we're also including this creative problem-solving process. So clarifying, where you ask questions and you think about it from all different angles. So this seek part of the spiral up cycle mirrors the find part of the surprise sequence and clarifying in creative problem solving. So asking lots of questions, and really, as teachers, taking the time to allow students to come up with questions. Too often we're the ones asking the questions and we just want the answers, but it's a really important skill to be able to ask questions, especially when you've run into some sort of unexpected surprise and you need to make sense of it. So taking the time to have the students ask the questions, writing down the questions that they have, and the more you do this, the better students will get at asking questions. And so we want to make time for that. Then the next stage of the spiral up cycle is grow. And this relates to the shift part of the surprise sequence and the ideating and developing part of creative problem solving. So this is where we really delve into the topic, where we start to find the answers to some of our questions, and we start to think about what this means, how it relates to other things that we already know, and we start to grow our skills, practicing if it's some sort of skill that they need to develop, or gaining deeper understanding of the topic. Then the final stage in the spiral up cycle of creative learning is ACT. And so this goes with the share part of the surprise sequence and the implement part of creative problem solving. So this is where students use what they have just learned to do something. So they might talk about it to other people, they might teach someone else about it, they might create something related to what they've just learned. But it's important for them to use their knowledge in some way. And when they do, it helps to solidify their learning and keep them engaged and add to what they know, because in the spiral up cycle, it keeps going. So students can be sparked back into more and more learning, where they develop higher levels of skill all the time. And so the spiral up cycle never ends. It never has to end. And after the ACT part and they do something about their learning, they can be sparked right back into more seeking and growing and acting, so that they can continue to move up in the cycle and in their lives. There are some teachers that are especially good at this, and I want to share with you. I'll share with you some resources. There's a teacher on YouTube, and he's a math teacher, and there's an example of him showing the students, these are his calculus students, and he shows them with a proof how 1 equals 2. And of course, even a kindergartner knows that 1 doesn't equal 2, but somehow through this proof, he's showing that 1 equals 2. And in the video, you can hear the surprise in the students' voices. They are shocked that this it looks like 1 equals 2 when you look at this proof. So then they start seeking information. They go into that find phase and they start asking questions and trying to figure out what's going on here. And in the end, they do figure out why there was a mistake in this proof. But because it was introduced with a surprise, they're going to remember that for a lot longer. The secret is that you can't divide by 0, and they don't notice that at first, because of the way that the proof was set up. But they are going to remember better than other groups of students just why you can't divide by 0 and what kinds of wild things happen when you do start dividing by 0. So there's another teacher, Dan Meyer, also a math teacher, that does a great job of taking the kinds of problems that we give to students in math, which usually what we give to them is a problem. We give them all the information that they need to solve it, and then we give them an algorithm for exactly how to solve it. And that doesn't really mimic what happens in real life when we run into a problem. Even many math problems, we might not have all of the information, or we might have way too much information, and we might not know exactly which pieces of information we need in order to solve the problem. So he does a great job of taking questions from a textbook and starting with a little spark, where he introduces the problem but doesn't give all of the information up front, and makes the students start to figure out, well, what is it that I need to know in order to figure this out? And so I'll share some of those with you so that you can see that at work. And I love sharing examples of math teachers engaging with students through creativity, because a lot of people think that math can't be creative, and that's just not true. Math can be creative just like any other subject can be creative. And so it's really fun to kind of put that idea on its head and show examples of math teachers using creativity to help their students to learn. Now, recently, my family and I ran into a little surprise. When we were uptown in our city, we were taking a walk. It was a beautiful day, and we noticed some large discs on the ground ahead of us. So we went over, and it looked kind of like play equipment, but not play equipment that we had really seen before. And when we stepped onto these big discs, they started to tilt and music started playing. And there were 3 of them, and my kids loved it. And we played around on each one, and that little surprise that we ran into really sparked a lot of interesting conversations with my son and my daughter. We talked about pitch and tone and electronics and pumps and all these ideas that they had about how is it possible that music is playing out of these. And so surprise is really hiding everywhere, and it creates these beautiful moments of learning if we're paying enough attention and we know how to harness it. Now, surprise is valuable for learning academic subjects, but it's also valuable for our affective growth. So our emotions and our what they call the soft skills that help us to get through life. Because since surprise is something unexpected and unpredictable, it introduces uncertainty into our lives. And uncertainty can be a difficult thing to deal with. So if I were to ask you whether you like surprise, some of you out there probably would say no, or people that you know might say, I hate surprises. Even if they're good, some people just kind of have something against surprises. And it's because of this uncertainty that surprise introduces. Now, this is related to a creativity skill called tolerating ambiguity. This, in the research, is an important skill that people need to hone in order to be creative. We have to be able to tolerate not knowing. And the reason for that is because when we are solving a problem and we've got some ambiguity about how it should be solved or what exactly is going on, we tend to try to get to a point of certainty really quickly. And when we do that, they call it premature closure. So we're trying to find closure to something and get to a point of certainty so fast that we don't remain open long enough for creativity and creative ideas to come to us, or for us to have experiences that lead to creative ways to solve the problem. So when we can stay open longer and accept that we don't know right now, we don't know what's coming, but it's okay, and we can sit with it a little bit longer, then we have the time and the space to let creativity come. And so being able to navigate surprise and the uncertainty that comes along with it is an important part of growing creatively. And the authors of Surprise talk about a surprise seesaw. So they talk about it as if we're all on a seesaw, and one side is surprise and the other side is certainty. And that in life we actually need a balance of surprise and certainty. If we have too much surprise and we never know what's going on and we're constantly in that searching phase, then that leads to anxiety. Too much surprise is too much. But on the other side, if we have too much certainty and we always know what's going to happen, everything goes exactly according to plan, and we don't have any surprising moments, then we get bored. If everything is always predictable, that's boring. So we really need a balance of surprise and certainty in our lives. And so we need to get skilled in responding to surprise. And that helps us to adapt to a quickly changing future. You know, our lives aren't going to be devoid of surprise, and things in our world change so quickly nowadays that we have to be ready and able to react to surprise in positive ways. And so one of the ways that we can do that in our classrooms is by providing touchstones of stability. So we have had a quite big negative surprise and uncertainty injected into our lives over the last year, where we don't know what is going to happen, even, you know, for the rest of the week sometimes. And it can be very destabilizing to not know, to have all that ambiguity and uncertainty in our lives. So when we think about surprise and how we need a balance, we as teachers can help our students through uncertain times by kind of balancing that seesaw out. And we do that by helping our students build resilience. So one of the ways that we can do that is by finding little things to provide stability, like the relationships that they have with us. So, you know, we tend to, especially younger grades, have one teacher that the students see and interact with most of the time. Then we've got, you know, some other support teachers, but having that strong teacher-student relationship, as opposed to, you know, like if a student was meeting a brand new teacher every single day, that would be destabilizing. So they can count on their relationships with us to provide some of that certainty and stability that's going to help them to be able to respond to surprise and enjoy surprise. So having that strong relationship with students, and also providing them with habits and routines and rhythms that they can count on. So, you know, knowing that every morning we're going to have a morning meeting. I know a lot of teachers do a morning meeting. So, you know, having that routine and that rhythm can help to provide some of that certainty that students do need. We all need, then, you know, you can inject little surprises within it, but having that routine to count on is important. And that can include routines for calming strategies when students are feeling stressed or overwhelmed. Having mindfulness breaks and activities that you do with students to kind of give them that this is somewhere I can come back to when I need a little bit of stability, a little bit of certainty. Engaging in optimism and gratitude is another way to build that resilience. So not to say that we should be glad for all the negative events, especially that have been happening recently, but that we can help students and ourselves to shift our focus to to good things that are happening. And so one of the ways I like to do that with my own children is at the end of the day, we always talk about 3 good things, and they think of 3 good things that happened today. And then another way to build resilience is by when something surprising and maybe negative does happen, or maybe we just think of it as negative, we can use that as kind of a jumping off point for something new. So, for example, Peter Reynolds has a book called Sky Color, and it's part of what he calls his Create trilogy. And in it, the little girl Marisol wants to help paint a mural, and she says that she'll do the sky. But when she goes to her paints, there's no blue. And so in that moment, she's got a negative surprise that she's dealing with. There's no blue, and she's supposed to paint a sky. But the thing that Marisol does really well is that she keeps open. She does not engage in premature closure. She stays open. She stays mindful to the things around her. And by the end, she uses that negative surprise to turn it into something beautiful and something that she wouldn't have done without that happening. So learning to take moments of uncertainty and even moments of unpredictability that seem negative, and turning it into something new, or changing our perspective, how we think about it. That's another way to build resilience. And books and stories are a great way to introduce these kinds of things to our students. They're a way to connect and to talk about some of these important topics. So the way we think about and use surprise in the classroom can open our students to more creativity, to better learning, and can help them build resilience. And that's what we want to do with our students. Now, as teachers, we often tend to avoid uncertainty ourselves. So we might stick to the same lesson plan that we already know and that we've done many times before. But I'd like to encourage you to step outside of your comfort zone just a little bit and find some ways to inject a little extra surprise to both your everyday life and your classroom and your teaching. And it doesn't have to be huge. You can start small. In my house, I have a prism that I put up in the window. And so every day when the light starts shining in, and it changes a little bit each day, as the sun in the sky changes, and it puts rainbows all over the house. And my kids call it rainbow time. And it's just a little spark of something that catches us by surprise each day, where that we can enjoy. And so even little things like that can start to bring a little bit of creativity into your classroom. It's going to require you to stay open and experiment a little bit and maybe fail a few times, but it's going to make your classroom more creative and more memorable learning moments for your students if you can think about surprise and harness it. I recently was able to use surprise in an interesting way. My family has decided to had decided to foster a dog for a few weeks earlier this year. And so this puppy was staying with us, and we were trying to help get him adopted into his forever home. And so he would he had a couple of home visits where he would go and visit with a family and see how the fit was. And he had a home visit coming up, and I happened to see on Facebook, because they commented on a post about him, that they were going to have a home visit with him. And I saw that the family was from Guam. And I actually recently, September before last, I had the opportunity to go to Guam, and we did a creativity training for a week with the teachers on Guam, and it was amazing. It was beautiful. I loved it, and they are so generous and kind on Guam. They gave us lots of little gifts, and one of the things that I had was a button that has a phrase that they use on Guam. It says half a day, and that's kind of a greeting. It's kind of the Guam version of aloha. And so I had this little button that said half a day on it. And so I knew that this family from Guam would recognize that. So I put the button onto the dog's harness so that when he went for this home visit, they would get a little surprise. And I knew that whatever they were feeling about the home visit, that surprise would intensify it. So he went on this home visit. It worked. The mom saw the button. She immediately asked about it. She was like, how does he have this button? What is this? And she said, I'm from Guam, and we were able to connect, and I was able to tell her about my experience on Guam. And long story short, they adopted the dog. So that's a little way that I used surprise recently. So I hope that you all start thinking about how you can use surprise in your classrooms, how you can balance your students' experience with surprise and certainty, where you can give them some resilience tools that mean that they can enjoy and engage with surprise and also feel safe and stable. And if you would like to connect more, we have a group online. It's a community of practice where we have teachers from all over the world, including Guam, that come together and talk about creativity and education, share their expertise, share resources. It's called the Creativity Circle, and you can join that community for free at thecreativitycircle.org. In the Creativity Circle, we also have a program for educators to get certified in creativity. So this is a year-long program. There's lots of content where we walk you through how to bring creativity into the classroom. And in the end, when you finish, you become a certified creative educator. And so we invite you to come check that out. And we also have some events coming up, creativity symposiums, where we engage in creative problem solving together around the things that are important to us in our classrooms. And so we would love for you to be a part of all of those. We at FableVision Learning have a number of creativity tools that can help you to help your students to express themselves and also help to inject a little surprise. We have an animation program where students can learn to animate, and the things that they share when they learn to animate, and watching their little eyes light up when they realize that they can be an animator is really fun. And we have a fabrication program where students can learn to design and create their own creations. And so we would love to connect the dots with you, as we like to say. Feel free to email me at sarahsmith@fablevision.com or visit our website at fablevisionlearning.com. And we appreciate you so much and all the things that you do as teachers. We know that this has been a hard year with lots of surprise in it, And so we hope that happy surprises are on the horizon.